Good morning. We'd like to start our event. Regarding mask, it's really up to you, so it's not required to wear mask inside. If you feel more comfortable in wearing mask, please do so. So we have no particular policy on mask. You have freedom to wear or we don't wear mask. Okay, so welcome to the 20th anniversary conference of the Korea program here at Stanford. I'm Gi-Wook Shin, Director of Korea program. I also serve as Director of the Journalistic Asia Pacific Research Center, which houses the Korea program. So over the next 2 days, we will be celebrating and reflecting on the many accomplishments of the Korea program in its first 2 decades. Okay, this conference convenes long-time Korea program supporters like Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, Speaker Kim, Secretary Bill Perry, and also donors like Chairman Choi Chang-won and Dr. Jung Kim, and many members of the general public and staff of the community who share our mission of promoting multidisciplinary social science-oriented research on Korean affairs. So we are really honored to host eminent leaders from the private sector, government, and the media to help us celebrate this important milestone. So this is actually a very rare academic conference featuring K-pop experts and industry leaders alongside the K-pop stars themselves. As you know, we'll have Chairman Lee-soo-man of SM, who's really the pioneer of K-pop industry, and representative from CJ, who's really promoting K-drama, and also Suho of EXO himself. So by gathering participants and presenters who represent deep and varied interests in Korea, so we hope to highlight the importance of Korean Studies program and build bridges between US and Korea, creating a lasting impact well beyond campus. So today and tomorrow, we will be addressing North Korea's geopolitics and South Korean pop culture, known as Hallyu, topics that have garnered substantial public and scholarly attention. So when we say we're going to focus on North Korea and K-pop, okay, a lot of people were wondering how you're going to connect these two. But I think you'll see that there's a very nice connection between the two topics. So to understand contemporary Korea, excuse me, and further Korean studies, it is critical to couple the traditional focus on Korea's security dilemma with a broader examination of Korean society and culture. A core duty of Korean Studies program is to not only introduce the country and the region to diverse audience, but also to expand the range of inquiry about Korea. So expanding the field in this way has been a central aim of my work dating back to when I founded the Korea program here at Stanford in 2001. So today we'll show you about 10-minute video to present history and the current situation of Korea program. When I came here in 2001, moving excuse me, from UCLA, so I was the only faculty in Korean studies and one language instructor and half-time staff. Okay, that's all. So we are really having startup in Silicon Valley. And 20 years later, now we have 5 tenure-line faculty, and probably the largest among private schools in this country. Okay, full-time librarian and language instructors, and full-time program manager and 2 research associate. It's a quite expansion over 2 decades, right? And our students, thank you. So have become leaders in their own fields. You're gonna see our formal and current students of the program today and tomorrow. And I'm also happy to say that we invited more than 100 visiting scholars from Korea, and they really have become leaders in the government, and industry, academia, and so on. So today, we have a very strong alumni network in Korea, and we have formal and current president of the association, Dr. Woo, and then Ambassador Park. So once again, my sincere thanks to many supporters at the university and also in Korea and United States who helped me actualize this vision. So together we assembled the building blocks to become a thriving research hub on contemporary Korea. With a great team in place, we have developed a vibrant and ever-growing set of research and practice partnership. The Korea program community and its partners reside far and wide and represent academia, policy, community, and beyond. Now we are going to have K-pop fans in our community. So this conference embraced the pioneering spirit of cutting-edge, broad engagement with Korean affairs. So we have keynote speeches by Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and Chairman Lee Soo-man of SM. Also, we have panels on North Korea and K-pop with leading experts, and also a K-pop star himself. And we're gonna show documentaries on K-pop and North Korea human rights. We are very lucky to convince very famous director Lee Hak-jun from Korea to make those 2 documentaries. We're gonna show that this afternoon. Also, once again, we'll present a video to show history and the presence of Korea program. And then, of course, we have an academic panel on how to translate public interest in those Korea and K-pop into academic research. So our whole theme was trying to celebrate and even entertaining. So hopefully you'll enjoy our conference next 2 days. So before we begin today's event, a brief housekeeping reminder. So if you need anything during the conference, please ask our staff who are wearing staff lanyards or visit the registration desk outside. Okay, now I'll now hand off to Professor Mike McFaul, Director of the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies, our parent organization, for some welcoming remarks. Professor McFaul is an accomplished academic and diplomat who served in the Obama administration for 5 years in successive leadership roles, including ambassador to the Russian Federation. So he has been a key supporter for our Korea program since its early days. So please welcome Dr. Michael McFaul.
Thank you, Gi-Wook. I'm going to be brief. Please take your glasses. Yes. I'm here just basically to celebrate what a fantastic achievement 20 years of this program has been. And I want to say 3 things about it. First of all, did you plan this conference knowing that the President of the United States would be flying to Korea today? Did you have some inside information about that? That is because he is, just so everybody knows. And I actually just was on a call with the White House this morning, Gi-Wook, talking about that trip with senior administration officials who give you their greetings because they know well the program that you have built. And that's the theme I just want to say. Professor Shin talked about all this stuff in a kind of passive tense, right? These professorships were made, these things happened. They didn't happen by accident. They happened because of you and your leadership. And I just want to say 3 things about that. One, his fantastic intellectual and academic program that this program today reflects, that we don't have just a program, no disrespect on those speaking about North Korea today. We don't have a program just about on Korea, on Korean democracy and the troubles with them. We don't have a program on Asian security issues. We don't have a program on K-pop or what's happening inside North Korea. We have a program that does all of that. And that makes it unique in the country. And that's because we have a leader who has those intellectual interests. Second, I just want to say for myself personally, you are a generous leader. I've traveled to Korea with you. I've traveled to Korea with some of the people sitting in the room here in the front. And the track 2, track 1.5 things that the Korea program has done have greatly influenced my own interests and my own thinking. And I know they've done the same for leaders in Korea and leaders in our country. And that is what we strive to do here at FSI. And Gi-Wook, I just want to thank you for that piece. And then third, I just want to thank, Gi-Wook is our leader, and a fantastic leader. He has made Stanford the best place in the United States to think about these issues, but he doesn't do it without a really, truly terrific team with the Korea program and with APARC. And I just want to say thank you to that team and congratulations on this tremendous achievement.
Okay, thanks, Mike, for very diplomatic remarks. But now our next speaker is Gabriella Safran. She is the Eva Loki Professor of Jewish Studies and the Senior Associate Dean for the Humanities and Arts. It's a very important school that houses a lot of departments that we are involved. So Safran joined the Stanford faculty in 1998 and served as the first chair of the Division of Literatures, Cultures, and Languages. So please welcome Professor Safran.
Thank you so much. So I was asked to speak and issue remarks today because I am the Senior Associate Dean for Humanities and Arts. And in that context, I get to work with our Korea program. Especially, I work with our Department of East Asian Languages and Cultures, where we have one specialist on Korean literature, and we are all very hopeful that soon we might have two, which would be awesome. But I also want to comment from a different perspective, which is, as Gi-Wook said, as someone who has been at Stanford since 1998, which means that I've gotten to watch the growth of the Korean program. And I also want to speak as part of a very tiny department at Stanford, which is the Slavic department. So when I arrived here in '98, we had very few people working on Korea. Now we had that one language lecturer. Now we have scholars in history, in languages and literatures, political science, APARC. This growth has been wonderful to witness. And Korean studies, it is not something small. It seems small, but it is not something small or marginal in any way at Stanford. Korean studies is not inward-looking or parochial or something that just speaks, where these people just speak to each other. Rather, Korean studies is something that's been designed here in a way to speak very broadly to the university community as a whole. And I think that there's this great example of this, which is that in the School of Humanities and Sciences, we sponsor a one-credit class every spring, which is called Dangerous Ideas. It features one lecture each week by some of the faculty members who are understood to be among the best teachers at the university, and it's a way for especially freshmen and sophomores to just get a sense of sort of who are some really great teachers that you might want to take classes from, as you continue through your time at Stanford. And this year, actually last week, one of the 10 lectures was by Daphne Tsur, and it was about popular culture. So each of these lectures is about one dangerous idea. So her dangerous idea was popular culture, and of course she talked about K-pop, on which she is an expert. I think this is so interesting, right? Because if we had had the same series and the same lecture 10 years ago, 15 years ago when I got here, 22 years ago, certainly the example of popular culture in the lecture would have been US culture, right? And now this is the example of popular culture we heard about was K-pop. So this is about a shift in the world, of course, but this is also about a really important shift at Stanford, and I want to celebrate it. Even in my own very tiny department of Slavic, the fact that there are strong scholars of Korea here means that our students too are starting to notice and write about the connections between Russian culture and Korean culture. There are lots and lots of connections, the kind of historical ties between these worlds. So I want to say thank you to those of you who have put your work into building Korean studies here at Stanford. We are all grateful.
Okay, thank you. I think we're gonna move into the first panel. So can you probably come to this podium, right? Yeah. Okay. So thank you.
Panelist, you will find the name of
Leave the phone here.
the, yes.
Oh, there is a name.
It's easiest to go up.
Ms. Cho here. Yeah.
Steps.
Ambassador Kim, you can.
Yes.
Yes.
Here?
Yes. Dr. Hecker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining this morning session. I'm Yumi Moon in the History Department at Stanford. I teach modern Korea, colonialism, and the U.S. occupation of Korea after 1945. I'm very honored to moderate this panel with these distinguished experts on North Korea And as earlier mentioned, this is very timely because President Joe Biden is visiting South Korea, and then we did not exactly know how this current administration will or deal with or solve the Korea problem or North Korea nuclear problems. And I really hope that there will be some productive result or discussions, through this summit meeting with the U.S. President and the South Korean President. At the same time, South Korea had a kind of presidential election, and the newly elected President Yoon has a very different approach to North Korean problems. So in this very transitional period, I would like, we have three important experts, and we have a good chance to hear their thoughts on North Korean issues. And this panel is very informal, not structured, so we are going to hear each speaker's thoughts, probably 10 minutes, and then we will open the floor and receive questions, and we'll have Q&As afterwards. So let me just briefly introduce our speakers. Dr. Siegfried S. Hecker is a professor emeritus in the Department of Management Science and Engineering and a senior fellow emeritus at the Freeman Spogli Institute of International Studies. And he was co-director of CSEC at Stanford from 2007 to 2012. And from 1986 to 1997, Dr. Hecker served as the 5th director of the Los Alamos National Laboratory. Dr. Hecker is an internationally recognized expert in plutonium science, global threat reduction, and nuclear security. Our second speaker, Ambassador Kim Suk, is a high-ranking Korean career diplomat with more than 35 years of experience in foreign service and intelligence, and with key positions in Washington, D.C., New York, New Delhi, San Francisco, Toronto, and within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Korea. He is currently the executive director of the Ban Ki-moon, our secretary. So he's with us, and Ban Ki-moon's Foundation for a Better Future. And he joined Shorenstein APARC during the 2014 and 2015 academic year as a Pentec Fellow. So he is a Stanford kind of fellow and our friend. And among other positions, he is the former Korean ambassador to the United States. He is well regarded for his expertise in Korea-US relations, inter-Korea relations, and the North Korean nuclear issue. Our third speaker, Ms. Joo-hee Cho, is ABC News Seoul Bureau Chief and a reporter covering Asia, including the Korean Peninsula. In this role, she contributes on and off air reporting to all ABC News broadcasts, the network's affiliate news services, and also regularly files for ABC News digital platforms. Ms. Cho covered both the historical summit talks between President Trump and Kim Jong-un and 4 inter-Korean summits from 2018 to 2019. So we'll have a chance to hear this journalist view of inter-Korean summit talks. And one thing that I'd like to add is in 2008, Ms. Cho was the first and only network journalist to report from the inside Myanmar following the devastating cyclone that ravaged the country. So she also contributed reporting to the award-winning primetime hour, North Korea, entitled North Korea Inside the Shadows, anchored by Diane Sawyer. Okay, please join me welcoming our speakers. And Dr. Hecker, would you start?
Thank you. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also add my congratulations to Gi-Wook, Shin, the center, and the Korea program. Korea wasn't on my list of things to do when I left Los Alamos, but when I came here, thanks to Professor John Lewis, misled me over towards Korea and Gi-Wook and the center, where I learned so much about Korea and Korea Peninsula. But what I'm going to talk about today is the nuclear world, because that's what I am. I'm a nuclear guy. You know, I essentially grew up in Los Alamos and then wound up going to North Korea 7 times over the years. And so I've seen their nuclear program, I've studied their nuclear program, and in the few minutes that I have to try to put this together, what I thought I would do is just try to address 3 questions. One, you know, you've heard about all the nuclear things that are still ongoing right now in North Korea. And so first question is, should we be concerned? The second question is, should we be surprised? And the third question is, so what's next? You know, where do we go from here? And so I'll just address those very briefly. The answer to the first one is yes, with an exclamation mark. We should be concerned. Because as we followed the nuclear program from the time I first went there in 2004, we had North Korea, in my opinion, with no nuclear weapons. When President Bush left office in 2008, I believe they had enough nuclear materials, bomb fuel, for perhaps 5 nuclear weapons, and they tested one. By the time President Obama left office, they had enough for 25 nuclear weapons. They tested more. By the time President Trump left office, they had enough for 45 nuclear weapons. And by that time, they'd already done 6 nuclear tests. And by the time President Biden finishes his first 4 years, you know, they're on the path to 65 or so nuclear weapons. So we should be concerned because it most likely, from what they've done so far with their nuclear tests, that they have been able to make a hydrogen bomb. Now, atomic bombs, fission bombs are bad enough. Hydrogen bombs, you know, are 10 to hundreds of times the explosive power of a fission bomb. They've developed ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, at least a technology that could reach this country. And the bottom line that I like to get people to understand when we talk about North Korea, you know, this small country, there are only 3 countries in the world that can threaten the United States with nuclear weapons, the United States and its assets. 3 countries in the whole world: China, Russia, and North Korea. Those are the only ones. So you have to be serious. I mean, for heaven's sakes, here's this small country. They can threaten this country with nuclear weapons. So yeah, we should be concerned. Should we be surprised? The answer is no. And I, you know, both through my visits and then I've worked the last 4 years on a book on North Korea. And not to put in sort of a plug for the book, but I'll mention it. It's going to be called Hinge Points. And what I demonstrated in that book, that over the years, for the last 30 years already, that North Korea has followed a dual-track strategy. Nuclearization, that is building nuclear weapons, and diplomacy, both, the whole time. And they would emphasize one or the other depending on how everything else went. And when there was no diplomacy, the nuclear program was full speed ahead. And that's the part we have to remember. And it turns out they always came back to diplomacy. Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong-un came back to diplomacy. And so the question now will be, are they going to come back to diplomacy? There has been none, in essence, since Hanoi, the summit in Hanoi, in February of 2019. Okay, so what's next? You know, the really short answer is, we don't know. And it's really difficult to figure out, you know, how things go in North Korea. But since there is no diplomacy, I can tell you the nuclear program and its missile program is full speed ahead. And for those of you who followed, and I'm sure most of you followed, you know, this year alone, they've had on the order of 16 missile launches. And then the part that are not as obvious, but are the parts I follow, because I've been there in their nuclear complex, is they restarted a nuclear reactor that can make plutonium. There are actually reports in the last couple of days that they're rebuilding an old, bigger reactor. I don't particularly believe that, but the point is, they've restarted the activities at Yongbyon. They're making bomb fuel again. They're testing missiles left and right. And then if you listen to what they've actually said in terms of their declaratory policy, what would they use nuclear weapons for? You know, they've said all along for deterrence, to deter the United States. But, you know, in 2017, they started talking, maybe there's another secondary use for nuclear weapons. And then this year, in the last few months, they've come out very specifically to say there is a secondary use for nuclear weapons. Then if we're threatened, we may have to use nuclear weapons. So there's been a lot of discussion about the potential of tactical nuclear weapons. Those are short-range, lower yield weapons. And if you look at all the rhetoric that's come out of Pyongyang in the last couple of months, this is really troubling. And so the question is, whereas they've come back each time to diplomacy, and the reason that they've come back, in my opinion, is already going back to Kim Il-sung, that he thought when the Soviet Union collapsed, that perhaps the US is actually a better future partner. At least it's a way to balance sort of the heavy hand of China. And so they always then came back and said, let's explore that. But they never gave up the nuclear weapons because that's their insurance card. So they've always done that. And Kim Jong-un did that. A lot of people don't appreciate that. But the Hanoi summit was one where Kim Jong-un came out. And he looked for that potential diplomatic breakthrough. It didn't come. And so now the question is, can we still get him to come? Does he still want to go there? And the signs are not good to that. Because you look at things like the Xi-Putin declaration, that they're going to have an alliance with no limits. So all of a sudden, they must be thinking, are there geopolitical changes such that there are rearrangement? Maybe the US isn't the place where we should put our bets for the future. Maybe the Russia-China combination is the way to go. And it's really quite troubling. On May 9th, which is the Russians' victory day for Second World War, Kim Jong-un sent a letter to Putin to congratulate him. And if you read that letter, it's very scary. It's very scary. He clearly says that we're putting our bets in with Russia, because there's a struggle between progressive, and believe it or not, he calls Russia and his own government progressive, and he calls us reactionary. And that is sort of the question now between progressives and the reactionary. So this is not good. So the question is, okay, what do? We don't know whether he's going to come back. So we have our president there, as Mike McFaul said, and we have to strengthen the alliance, for sure. We have to do everything possible to help our allies, South Korea and Japan, and also to protect ourselves as much as we can with defense. To me, that's sort of time to look again at the real military exercises. If anything, to me, the Ukraine war showed you better do military exercises. The Russians didn't do enough of those. And look, what happened. And so we have to get ready, unfortunately. So it's South Korea, United States. You have to strengthen the alliance. You have to beef up that alliance. But then, to me, it's still, you have to keep the diplomatic door open as you do that. You got to keep the door open so that you perhaps can actually bring them back in. And so I'm going to leave it there with saying the really big game changer in the last month has been COVID. And my colleague, Dr. Kim, will address that situation, because that situation is one, from what I see, Kim Jong-un made a bad bet, a very bad bet, and that may cost them his country. And so perhaps somewhere there may actually be a possibility that one can get back to the dialogue And by the way, when you get back to the dialogue, of course, there's no way the North Koreans are just going to throw their nuclear weapons out there. I proposed, a number of years ago, sort of this process of saying the best we can do is have them halt the nuclear program, roll it back, in return for something, and then eventually eliminate. And that's a process that's going to take 10 or 15 years, and we have to have the staying power to do so. I'll be happy to answer questions later. Thank you for your patience with me.
No, thank you, Dr. Hecker. So if really diplomacy works and negotiation go in a positive direction, I think Dr. Hecker will play an important role again to just monitor what's going on in North Korea. He's a really eminent, important nuclear scientist. Ambassador Kim?
Yes. Thank you very much for kind introduction. And by the way, I should make one small correction. I was ambassador to the United Nations, not United States.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me on this important and interesting forum. And on North Korea, I thought it's a little bit paradoxical that we always say North Korea is an opaque society, and yet we have so many stories to tell about North Korea. We lack no resources of talking points on North Korea. So the Dr. Hecker said several points on nuclear issue, and at last he slightly briefly mentioned on COVID. I'm going to talk about the COVID things on couple of points, and then I'll conclude with my remarks on nuclear issues. First, on COVID-19, what happened and how it happened like this. It was late March that Kim Jong-un first received a report from subordinates about the strange fever, which is now known as the COVID-19. And then he immediately instructed whether this new situation can be controlled. The answer from the officers were, it can be manageable. At the time, he was very much preoccupied with and concerned about the upcoming important political events in April. The one is April 15th parade commemorating 110th anniversary of Kim Il-sung's birth, and the second one was April 25th, which celebrates 90th anniversary of the founding of People's Army. So he thought he was a little bit relieved, but still he instructed that they discreetly go on with the plan for the big political event in April. And at the same time, he adjusted the plan a little bit by deferring the heavy kind of military parade from April 15th to April 25th. And then about 20 to 30 people were came from all over the country, and the mobilized people stayed on in Pyongyang for over a month, and they stayed on after the 25th parade as well. And this is the time when they became the conduit of the spread of this fever, so-called fever, which is now known to be COVID-19. And then it was announced officially on May 12th. Well, a couple of days ago, Kim Jong-un reprimanded his subordinate for failing to deal with the initial situation successfully and professionally. The fact is that it was none other than Kim Jong-un himself who should bear responsibility of being tardy in handling this crisis situation. And then still, he reprimanded his subordinates, and as a result, the subordinates pronounced or put out with the oath, loyalty oath to Kim Jong-un. This all tells about how important the leadership authority is, and the leadership and political control over population is more important than the safety and health of the 26 million North Korean people. This is the naked face of North Korean regime. That is the first point. And the second point is how will it evolve or unfold in the future? I mean, in the near future. Among others, Kim Jong-un put out two very interesting orders or instructions downward. One, of course, to the Infectious Disease Prevention Agency. Naturally, his instruction was to handle this situation as quickly and steadily and as safely as possible. But it was a mission impossible because they lack the medicine, the medical workers, medical equipment as well. So to me, I think they have chosen the strategy that China has chosen in the last several months. They chose to stick to the isolation and lockdown. And the only difference between China and North Korea was that North Korea opened a workplace a little bit, unlike Chinese case. But this leads to the natural conclusion that their strategy is to rely upon collective immunization. North Koreans are about 26 million population, and to achieve the collective immunization, you have to vaccinate or immunate about at least 70% of the population, which is 17 million people. This is a little bit of complex calculus, but anyway, 17 million people should be either vaccinated or infected. Then you can see, by and large, the population has achieved the collective immunization. And 17 million people infected means at least 100,000 people casualty. And these figures might entail some kind of popular unrest and social instability, I would say. That was the first aspect of his instruction down to Infectious Disease Prevention Agency. Second is more interesting, which was put up to the Ministry of State Security. He called upon the high-ranking officers to his office and asked to investigate the cause of this spread out. And he exemplified whether this was caused by any kind of trade with China, or is this the result of foul play or covert operation by the enemy being, well, naturally, United States and South Korea. I haven't heard about the result of that report, but well, I would imagine that the State Security Ministry, I imagine that they will not be able to make report not to his liking. So if the report comes out to be the second case, which is big if, then the inter-Korean relations and the relationship of North Korea to the outside world would be frozen and tense again. This is the second point. And the third point, I would say, what all of this would affect to the WMD program. Well, I would say Kim Jong-un would not be deterred by any circumstantial the factors right now. And as Dr. Hacker has just mentioned, we are very concerned about the current situation, not now, but for the last 10, 20 years, about their traces and their record of developing WMD, including nuclear and missiles. And I would say, as far as nuclear and missile development are concerned, Kim Jong-un will not slow down. He will never stop. Then you can ask the question, then what's the use of the negotiation and search for dialogue? It is something that we should talk about later. But currently, he will not be deterred by COVID or anything else. And we are more concerned about his recent remarks during his speech at the April 25th military parade. He suggested the first use of nuclear weapons, and this means a significant shift of North Korea's strategic strategy from strategic deterrence to the actual battlefield use. And they will use upfront at when the war broke out. And I would agree on your point on the first and second point, but I could make a little bit the comment with a little bit of different nuance about their intention on negotiation. They came back from time to negotiation. Then will it be the opportunity to resolve these nuclear issues eventually? So far, I'm a little pessimistic. The reason I think for them to come back to the diplomacy is later on to build up their position to go back to the further development of nuclear and the missile program. Well, as Director McFaul has mentioned, and you followed up, in a couple of days, the President Yoon will host President Biden in Seoul. And it's only 9 days since the inauguration of President Yoon Suk-yeol. This is a very initial stage of building up his foreign policy. But we all know there is no such thing as a surprise as per the Korea-U.S. alliance. He has demonstrated his firm conviction on the importance of Korea-U.S. alliance. And I have no doubt of the outcome when they meet together. But the current situation about what is happening in North Korea is twofold. One is the growing instability and possibly, maybe remote possibility, but possibly the popular unrest, which may cause the provocation on the part of North Korea and the military tension, and again, the situation would freeze. That is the negative side of the scenario. The good side is North Korea is showing some kind of vulnerability in terms of food shortage, in terms of their current health situation about COVID-19. So this is the opportunity side. So I think the both president may sit down and go over all this situation based upon the bilateral alliance and come up with the orchestrated and concerted common strategy. Let me stop here.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. In listening to your analysis, I was alarmed by this April Kim Jong-un speech on this, the possibility of using nuclear weapons in the battlefield. I'd like to just, in the questions and then even further remarks, I'd like to know how this new strategy or declaration changed the South Korea's or U.S. negotiation strategies, or how to solve North Korean issue. Thank you so much for updating this North Korea situation now with the COVID and everything. Next speaker is Ms. Cho. Yeah.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim and Professor Siegfried. Actually, I'm supposed to write a story after this afternoon about North Korea's COVID situation. Now I've got all the quotes already, so I've been written down notes. Thank you for the invitation. Actually, when I had admitted to this, we thought that President Biden would be coming to Korea after his visit to Tokyo. So I said, okay, I'll come to Stanford and then I'll go back. And then he changed his schedule to come before. So I was talking to my boss. I said, well, the program is already out. They already have my name on the print. What am I supposed to do? And he said, Stanford? Go to Stanford. Don't worry about Korea. So I said, all right. So he's bringing another correspondent to cover for me. So I'm here with you all. Well, I've been covering Asia since 1995. That's when I started as a journalist. I started as a news assistant in Singapore and Hong Kong, and I made my way up. Mostly, I cover all of Asia, but I always say to my friends, the only reason I still have my job when all the other American networks are closing down their bureaus, it's because of North Korea. Thanks to North Korea, I still have my job. Because there's so much demand on North Korea here and also in the international world, international market. So I've been lucky to witness, you told the audience at the introduction, but I actually witnessed all summits between North and South, starting with Kim Dae-jung in 2000. So I was there at the press room. I watched it, all the raw tapes coming in live. And I also covered all three US and North Korea summits with President Trump. And for the rest of the times, I go to mostly disaster areas in Asia when 200 people are missing, when the plane falls, and when there's a nuclear power plant disaster, then I fly over. But mostly I do Korea news. And yesterday I was thinking of what I wanted to say, and I just try to recap what have I done since the 90s. And I remember in the 90s I started getting really busy. I was based in Hong Kong and Singapore, and then the desk told me, hey, we need you to go to Korea. North Korea said they're pulling out of the non-proliferation treaty. There was the IMF crisis. So much news coming out of South Korea that I had to be reposted into Seoul to cover all of Asia. And back then, I remember South Korea, we should all be proud of this whole Korea studies. The catchphrase about Korea news was the world's most wired country. So we did a lot of technology news, the internet, and how everyone has mobile phones, how everything's so fast. And we have someone from SK, of course, and we were all talking about how Korea should be proud of their telecommunications progress. And then after the new millennium, it was a lot of North Korea threat, flood of defectors. I think I interviewed, back then I was working for Washington Post and ABC News. I think I interviewed hundreds and hundreds of defectors. I went into China, spent time with them on their journey out of China into Korea. And I learned a lot about North Korea during those years. They speak with an accent, for many of you who don't know about North Korea. North Koreans have, their language is a bit different, and their connotations are different. They speak with a different mindset. And I think that's when I learned really about North Korea on the people level. And I realized before then, it was North Korea that I had learned from school. It's North Korea, red, bad, negative. But I really learned back then that these are people like me. And for them, yes, some of them have their reasons about leaving the country, but some of them were quite happy when they were living in North Korea. So it wasn't just black and white. I had to think in another multi-level, thinking people think differently than politicians. And that's when my eyes really opened up, I think, during the 2000s. I've been to North Korea 9 times. I beat you. Oh. And it was during the Roh Moo-hyun, ex-late President Roh Moo-hyun's administration term. And that's when North Korea really started to open up. And they let a lot of journalists in. There weren't that many security issues. And I was quite lucky. I've been to Pyongyang, Kaesong, the industrial complex, Mount Kumgang. I went there 3 times because they were bringing South Korean tourists into Mount Kumgang. I was in Shimpo when they started their water reactors. And what I realized there was that, yes, there's a lot of fear about the foreign nations, but then the people were really, really curious about what was going on outside of North Korea. Even the guides, the so-called watchers who monitor, it's like a one-on-one thing. When you go into North Korea, they are with you as a guide. And we had, I spent many times talking quite freely about how they think of the outside world. And I was surprised that, yes, they know the rhetoric, they know what to say in public, but in their minds, there was that urge, I think, the interest that they want to know more about what was going on outside of North Korea. And I think within North Korea, that was a time when it was more of the diplomacy period back then. Things have changed after President Park Geun-hye came into power, and with that death of the Korean civilian in Mount Kumgang, I think that's when everything started to froze. And now my job is all about North Korea and K-pop. When I talk to my desk, he said, "Do you have any K-pop news?" Okay. I spent 20 years reporting on North Korea, and I got to learn about the names of the groups, because that's what our readers really want to know about. But then I'm so proud as a Korean working for an American company that people are now interested in our culture, our movie, our dramas, and that power, the soft power that we have as South Koreans, that really makes me proud, because before I was there covering all of Asia for ABC News because of North Korea. Now I can contribute a lot of my time, of my job, for Korean products, Korea's soft culture. So I'm really proud about that privately. Now, a little bit about North Korea. As a journalist, this is a serious pitfall because I don't get to talk to North Korean officials when I'm reporting about North Korea. And the sources that I have are mainly North Korea state news. We monitor, the Seoul Bureau monitors North Korea news every day. So when you come into our bureau as an intern, the first thing you do is you get to learn how North Koreans speak. And you get to learn a lot about their news language. And we make them monitor and make a summary and give it to all of us. So we quite closely monitor North Korea, just like National Intelligence Service does in South Korea. So we're very much hands-on when it comes to North Korea's state mouthpiece, what they want to say officially. And another source for me would be defectors who've actually lived there. There are a lot of high-ranking defectors who are now in Korea, including Tae Yong-ho. He's now a lawmaker in Korea. He was a diplomat in Italy and UK, and he defected to South Korea, and he has a lot of insights about how the North Korean officials and the high-ranking society think. And he also knows a lot about diplomacy, although he may not have a lot of information about nuclear sources. He gives us a good insight on how to report. And of course, I talk to a lot of analysts, so-called North Korea watchers. But the thing about this is that this is all pretty much a guessing game. I'm guessing about what North Korea is thinking beyond what they're saying. The North Korea watchers are also guessing what their next move would be. And we're all reading into North Korea without actually communicating with the North. So what I try to do is I try to look, my job mainly is to read between the lines of the North Koreans in their official language, because there's a reason why they have to speak like that. They have to think about the domestic support as well. They have to sound tough. That's what I figure. But then when you actually read between the lines, there are moments when the North Korea watchers and analysts, can tell, okay, this is a time when they want diplomacy. This is a time when they really want to go nuclear. And so a lot of that would be a guessing game. And that's probably the most toughest job because I cannot be sure about what I report. And it's really, I think, as a journalist, you all get the information from us, the media. And there's a huge responsibility to make the best effort to make it accurate as possible, objective and balanced. And that's probably the most challenging part of my job in the past decades. And there's also a serious misunderstanding about North Korea from the outside world. From the US international perspectives, North Korea is a constant threat. And we really need to understand that they really feel threatened. And we must admit that it's been built and exacerbated, this North Korea's threat cycle from our perspective and their perspective has been exacerbated by the media cycle. Because it's like when North Korea says something, then we report on it. And they try to say something quite tough and strong to test the waters. And when there's reaction from the international media, then they go on to the next one, and then there's a media hype again, and that's how all these North Korea crisis builds up. But now it's a different story. That's before, like Professor Siegfried said, that's before they were confident. Now they have what they want. I think they have seriously ramped up their nuclear weapons program, and they're really confident about what they have so far. And they are at the last leg of it, and they will not go back. Like both of our speakers said, I agree that they will not go back. From the way they have working, this is not an easy way back to where it was. I think the closest they could have gone was with Hanoi summit, with Singapore summit with Trump. But it's really sad that the Hanoi summit at Hanoi, it didn't work out. I think that was the last chance that we all had for North Korea to come back to the international community. So what I wanted to also tell the Stanford community here is that there is a need to trying to understand understand Kim Jong-un's psychic from his point of view. We needed to make more efforts to empathize with the North Korean people. I'm not talking about the North Korean government. I'm talking about the North Korean people. And all these, I think, has been very much undervalued from the scholars and the academics. I don't think we would have a lot of, when I try to tell my desk that, okay, I want to do a story about the defectors. I wanted to do a story about the people. There's no way to, I don't think there's interest in that. So the media, we don't have a lot of opportunity to highlight what this all means on the people level to the North Koreans. But at the end of the day, what the North Korean people think would affect Kim Jong-un's decisions. Like, this is a perfect opportunity with COVID, and we may or may not see some unrest, but there will be an unrest if there's no health regulations or health. If they cannot deal with COVID in North Korea, there will be repercussions. That's for sure. So I guess, although we're talking about a Kim Jong-un government that does not have freedom of speech, there's no free votes, but we do need to respect and study more about North Korea, not from the diplomacy and the nuclear level, and I hope to see a lot more scholars and academics studying North Korean society, how they work, how they think, and what could be done from the bottom up in North Korea. They're stuck too. I think North Korea is stuck too. They don't know what they want. I'm sure Kim Jong-un wants their people to prosper. He's just insecure. He doesn't know how to get out of this box. So covering all these summits between North and South and North and US, one thing, this is quite a dangerous thing to say. When I say this in South Korea, people look at me like, what? But because I'm here, I'm with the academics, we're all free thinkers, I can talk freely. I've seen North Korean leaders' normalcy. Both Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un, they've been depicted in the Western world through Hollywood movies and also some media that wants to hype up as crazy lunatic with strange habits and strange styles. But I've seen how they react with the presidents of South Korea, with President Trump. They are quite, especially Kim Jong-un, I think he is quite a seasoned politician. They know how to respect South Korean elders, and that really touched a lot of us in the newsroom, but we didn't report about that because we're Western media, then we didn't want to go into this whole culture thing. But he was there with big respect to the other party as an elder. He wasn't that arrogant man that we all thought that he would be. When Kim Jong-il came out for the first time to the media in year 2000, Kim Dae-jung went to Pyongyang. We were watching and we were very nervous because it was the first time we would actually see him speak and react in motion pictures. But the way he came out and greeted previous president, late President Kim Dae-jung, it was quite normal as a Korean male with that certain, the attitude, the gestures, the body language. And that was when we were thinking, okay, that's quite interesting, because we were thinking about someone with the devil with the horns and throughout that summit, we were getting live feeds, and the way he spoke, his strategy and his conversation, I was quite impressed by that. And I need to be very careful about saying this in South Korea because South Korea is a very bipolar society. But I'm very balanced, just for the record, as a journalist, and I try not to be on either side. But there are certain things that we need to remember as scholars and academics, that what we see on the media, in the media, is not all it is. So that, I think, for the future, just 3 things. We need to have a different approach to break this barrier that we have. We're stuck on the government level. Media, of course, we need to play our role in balancing what we're reporting. And analysts and North Korea watchers, I hope that we see North Korea with fresh eyes, study North Korea more closely, and how about the people and how they live under Kim Jong-un rule. And all this leads up to my conclusion that this is a time when we need to start thinking out of the box. I think we've been framed about this North Korea issue, how we think about North Korea, how could resolve this endless going back and forth. We have envoys going in, and North Korea says the same thing again. So now, from my job, it's easy to understand what's happening next. And I even can tell what the language is next. North Korea says the same language in their reactions. South Korea says the same language, and the US has the same language. We need a creative way to really resolve this issue and help North Korea come out of their box. And we need to get out of our box in terms of the way we think about North Korea. Because now, as both of we said, North Korea is a nuclear power. There's nothing, it's a matter of whether they're going to use it or not. And of course, we need to figure out a way diplomatically and peacefully how to, all of us, get out of this never-ending circle.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jo. Thank you for recapping the history of summits, and also these final thoughts are really important and profound. And North Korea is not just nuclear weapons or government. North Korea is with people and the society, and the North Korean leaders are not kind of crazy. They are also some kind of, we need to treat them with normalcy, understanding their normalcy. It's a profound comment. But at the same time, because this is a celebratory event, Stanford has been involved in all these kind of summit process, and then with the leadership of Professor Gi-Wook Shin, I think our knowledge and our kind of conversations and all those policy kind of recommendations that played an important role in just make all the summits productive. Even though we ended up with nuclear North Korea, still we have experiences and knowledge, and somehow we can kind of move forward from these experiences. So I'd like to make that note, and thanking Professor Gi-Wook. Yeah, and then just questions from the floor, if you can, please identify yourself, and then, yes, please.
Hallyu, and I'm public. Thank you for fascinating talks. I followed the Korean program for more than 10 years. And I am wondering if you are, as an American and international generally policy makers, aren't we too slow to understand the dictator's mind in advance, to know what they think about deterrent in Korea, North Korea, Iran, Russia, China, all over? Aren't we too slow to understand and plan for that, and we let them to grow faster, and then we don't know how to manage them? For instance, I see Korea, and I feel that if we acted earlier, or if we act better with Iran while they are making nuclear right now and winning the time. What do you think? What is your thought?
May I collect more questions, and then? It's up to you. Okay. Do you have some urgent questions, and you can come up, and then we can collect 2 or more questions, and then each presenter speaker could respond to your questions. Yes, please come up and then.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your presentations. Dr. Hecker, your optimism that diplomacy can ultimately lead to the denuclearization of North Korea, I question how realistic that is when you have a Korea that Ambassador Kim talks about. They are going to blame, potentially, COVID on South Korea and the United States. When you have such an irrational leadership that is willing to provide disinformation to its people, how effective can diplomacy be in the long run? You know, even with diplomacy, we've gone, you say, from 2004, you know, a few nuclear weapons to over 60 today. Perhaps diplomacy can slow it, but it doesn't seem to be that it will ever, you know, that North Korea will ever move backwards. And my question really is, you know, isn't a stronger deterrence, you know, be it the alliance with the United States, a stronger South Korean military presence, whatever, needed in order to, so from a position of strength, get North Korea to respond rather than trying to use diplomacy to get them to cooperate?
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you all very much. Ms. Cho, you were talking a lot about North Korean people and how we can kind of see the more human element of the conflict. And I was curious your thoughts on whether more objects of popular culture and media, such as like recent dramas that have come out that try to show some more North Korean elements, if that is a way that we can find that human element and some of more empathy perhaps with the people themselves.
Yeah, would you, do you want?
We should try to answer it.
Yeah, yes, so please come up later. Okay, yes. Please respond to the questions, yeah.
Do you want to tackle the last one?
Yeah, yes, but there are very famous Korean, South Korean dramas about North Korea, like 사랑의 불시착. Don't know what it is. Yeah. I talked to some defectors, because I have regular communications and contact with the defectors for my job, and they said it's not like that at all, but they really loved it. And the way they were speaking North Korean 사투리, like the dialect, they very much enjoy that. I think, yes, that helps definitely to raise awareness about North Korea on the people level. And vice versa as well. The North Korean people, they know a lot about South Korean culture. They read and they watch, they listen to South Korean music. You'd be quite surprised. And a lot of them actually have direct phone calls through China to Korea. So some North Korean defectors who could afford it, they actually talk to their siblings inside North Korea through mobile phones, like in a three-way. So they're very much aware of it. But then, this is a little bit side of what you said, but then a lot of North Koreans, they realize that once they come out of North Korea, that's like a real battle, because there they have a certain goal that they just need to finish. And they live a life on rations. But when they come out, it's going to be competitive. And they know that it's going to be tough living in China and South Korea. So some of them, they have a pretty good idea of what outside world is on that level, who are privileged with knowing someone out of North Korea. But yes, like you said, I think there should be a lot more soft content about North Korea on the people level, especially not in Korean, but I'm hoping on English originated, like original English Hollywood films or dramas. That would be helpful too. Yes, I agree with you that.
Yeah, let me also comment on that, the people part first. Of course, Ms. Jo has covered that and has told you how important it is to understand the people part. And As far as North Korea is concerned, I had the fortune of going with my colleague, John Lewis, because he had been there many times before. And it was John's very strong belief that you don't try to tackle the nuclear problem without understanding the whole Korea situation. And so each one of the visits, we always went out and did as many visits around the countryside or the factories and things. And what you learn is just amazing. I mean, for example, we went into a textile factory, and it was typical North Korean style. You know, all of the equipment was there, spinning away. The ladies were there, color coordinated. And then I listened, and I said, oh, this is American rock music. You know, inside of a North Korean textile factory. And so I asked our host, I said, how come they're playing American rock music? He said, that's what the women wanted. They wanted to listen to American rock music. And so and then I went to schools. Just to tell you, at one of the schools I walked in, and this was the School of English Languages. And as I walked in, on the screen, the question to the students was, where and when was Mozart born? Okay, so I walk in. Well, it turns out I grew up in Austria, and every Austrian kid knows that Mozart was born in Salzburg. He was born on January 27th, 1756.
Wow.
So I just told them that answer. You know, and the rapport from the students was just instant. And so those sorts of connections, you know, being able to empathize with the people, and of course, I didn't get to see many real people. I've been in North Korea 7 times. I met very few real people, except when we did go out on those. But I've been in Russia 57 times. And I've been in China 39 times. And I met real people in all of those places. And you're never going to solve any of those other problems with actually understanding the real people. So I really resonate with your comment as to how important it is to understand the people. Now, I did get a chance to actually mingle and talk to the political types, you know, all the way up to the first foreign minister, Kim Dae-gwan, for example, and their understanding of the United States and the Western world is so superb. It's just amazing. And so you learn so much from that sort of interaction. So before I try to tackle the nuclear part, let me turn to you.
Okay.
Ambassador.
Let me comment on a couple of things. First, I was amazed by the statement by the journalist. It was really eye-opening, and I almost felt guilty that after more than 35 years at the government service, I am the one who really break out the box and come out of the shell, but I cannot. That's me. But the questions from the floor was also very insightful, and but to talk about the people to people, the communication, and go into their society with real life issues, that is very important. But at the same time, people like me doesn't do business like that. We do business with government officials on the issues of hardball play, like nuclear issues. And position of strength, you mentioned. I like that word. Yeah. Government to government negotiation and talks, on diplomacy, especially when you're dealing with not friends, but when you're dealing with so-called enemy, then you need to acquire as high a position as possible to impose your position onto them, not the other way around. So sometimes if you would like to mix the hopeful part of the picture and the reality of the picture, then you would be blamed as the naivete realism. And I was involved in the nuclear negotiation with North Korea. I visited North Korea several times, one publicly, several times. I cannot mention how many times, but it was when I was in National Intelligence Service. But I negotiated very seriously with high-ranking official about the possible announcement on the part of North Korean government for some kind of apology on the Cheonan Navy corvette. We failed, and he was executed after all. But you mentioned the factor on the leadership's character. You thought, well, he was very respectful of elders, and you talk about the decency and normalcy, some degree, on the part of Kim Jong-un. That's fine. But we see some the fascist regimes currently, as well as in the 20th century. We witnessed people like Hitler, Mussolini, and these days Putin also. Well, suppose they respect elders, but respecting elders is quite different from your intention and executing invasion into Ukraine. So respecting elders is quite different from sticking on your policy to further developing nuclear and the ICBM missiles as well. I think even though it may take many more weeks and months for me to break out of the shell, but I would rather stick to my the record as a serious negotiator. I was very much frustrated because eventually I failed to reach an agreement with North Korea. But that's the nature of North Korean regime and its leadership. That I will stop here.
May I just add one comment? Because because that's the first question, if I understood correctly, is that why then the government, South Korean government or United States, could not stop Iran or North Korea for developing nuclear weapons early? I mean, it's not about we cannot just blame this regime as tyranny. So we should just, why, in retrospect, I'm not just kind of criticizing you or the government, we should understand why we couldn't stop earlier, or couldn't stop North Korea's, why failed, the negotiation failed. I'd like to, because you're in the process, I'd like to hear your wisdom and thoughts on that.
Let me give my
okay.
let me give my response to that. Of course, you know, that's a very good question. That's what you'd like to do. And I like to make the case we actually had multiple opportunities to do so, and we didn't do it. And that's why I call my book Hinge Points. The hinge points were those times when we had the opportunity to do exactly that. So the hinge point, the first major hinge point for North Korea was in the transition from the Clinton administration to the Bush administration. Our good Dr. Professor Perry here had set things up at the end of the Clinton administration, and in the year 2000 was sort of the best chance that we had to stop the North Korean nuclear program. And when the Bush administration came in, they killed that agreement. That was a hinge point. And then it turns out, unfortunately, the Obama administration had several hinge points, And the Trump administration had several hinge points, the biggest one being Hanoi. And he was applauded for walking away at Hanoi. And it was a major, major mistake to walk away, because what the North Koreans were offering up at least would have slowed things down. They wouldn't have given up their nuclear weapons, but it would have allowed us to explore seriously. And all the things that have happened since Hanoi, at least may not have happened. It wouldn't have totally denuclearized yet. And so, yes, we've had multiple opportunities. In Iran, we've had several opportunities. And of course, one of them was this so-called JCPOA, the deal in 2015. And although it wasn't a perfect deal, but it was a step in the right direction. And then in that one, President Trump walked away. So that was a hinge point also. So we have not learned. And then the North Koreans, for their part, they had several opportunities. I mean, Kim Jong-un could have played Hanoi differently. He had a great hand going in, and he didn't play it right either. And so governments make mistakes, and it's a pity. And so to the second question, related, so can you even have diplomacy and if there's all this disinformation? Those type of governments, those autocracies, the personalist dictators, they live on disinformation. That's what Putin is doing now. I mean, we listen to his, and you say, I can't believe this. That's certainly what Kim Jong-un, and that's what his predecessors have done. They live on disinformation. However, can you still have diplomacy? My answer is yes, because it's their own calculus as to whether the diplomacy will get them what they want. And the big question here, and we differed on that in our discussion, were the North Koreans ever serious about diplomacy? Were they ever serious, or did they do it just to be able to take the next step in the nuclear program? And I try to make that case in the book, and that's why it's 350 pages long. I try to make the case. Yes, they were actually seriously following diplomacy to explore whether they could give up their nuclear weapons. Not to just give them up, but to explore, to go down that path. And we turned it down each time, and what did we get? We got a country, one of three countries that can threaten the United States, its assets with nuclear weapons. So whatever we did wasn't right. So diplomacy, in my opinion, would have had a chance, but we don't know whether we'll get it again. Sorry for the long answer, but
yes, yeah. You talk about very positively on diplomacy, but for me, it's quite weird that I say a little bit negative on the effectiveness of diplomacy as far as North Koreans are concerned. Yes, you're right. We missed the opportunity, several opportunities, sometimes valuable, since early 1990s. One is, as you have mentioned, during the Clinton administration. There are many people still mentioning we miss the opportunity at the time of your serving in the government. And they mention many things about Perry process as well. Then we can take out from the shelf right now and review all over again to see whether there is any lessons or valuable things to learn from the Perry process as well now. But time has passed now. But on the part, fundamentally, I think the culpability should go to the North Korean regime. I was at the negotiation table in 2008. I was leading Korean delegation to the six-party talks, and at the end of year, that was the last time that six-party talk was ever convened. And after 2009 and on, it was dead. It was in the morgue. Now it's gone. Reviewing the 1 year of negotiating with North Korea, I found myself very much baffled and frustrated. I thought North Koreans' position was that they would never give up these nuclear things. That was my perception at the end of 2008. So I was preparing the fundamental strategy at the end of 2008 and early 2009. But I was transferred to NIS, so I could not follow up as in the foreign ministry, but I follow up this issue from the NIS. But ever since, we found that the real problem lies in North Korea. We may have missed some valuable opportunity out of some, how would I say, stupidity or whatever. But we used to say between Koreans and the Americans, North Korea never misses an opportunity to miss an opportunity. That was our saying about the many situations. They do not bend or try to be flexible to reach an agreement. And that's why I have some kind of doubt on the effectiveness of Hanoi meeting as well. Some people, actually many people, are relieved that the Hanoi negotiation failed and nothing came out of that. Maybe you think that as the missed opportunity, but think about that. Once the negotiation has been partly agreed upon in Hanoi, then that's the end of the further development on the nuclear front. They will never give up because it is the heirloom of Kim dynasty for the last several decades. They call this treasure sword. I would say it's the family heirloom. They never give up this one. Whatever concession we may make, they fundamentally will remain nuclearized, even though maybe several warhead or stockpiles they may give up, but they will never give up their ambition to stay as a nuclear state.
Could I just have one?
No, I think we have only 7 minutes, so we need to have questions. Just one more round of questions, yes.
Sig, I'm sure I'm going to give you a chance to say one more thing. So this conversation we're listening to could actually have happened 10 years ago, as I listened to it, and lessons learned and not. But some things in the world have changed, and I want you to comment on two changes. One, I'm interested in your views, everybody's views on how it has changed the thinking in North Korea, and one, how the thinking about deterrence and issues have changed in South Korea. So one big change is that we have a war in Europe, and I speak frequently with Ukrainians right now, senior government officials, and they talk about two things related to this conversation. One, they say, boy, wasn't it a mistake to give up our nuclear weapons. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but you should know that in Kiev, they have that debate. And they think, oh, we had security guarantees, and let's not talk about the history. But from their perspective, the idea is that was a mistake, because as if we would have had those weapons, we would not be invaded now. The conversation they also have with American leaders as well, we also see that the fact that Russia has nuclear weapons deters us. And the United States would be could be more involved in Ukraine if not for those weapons. And so if I'm Kim Jong-un and I'm listening to those both of those stories, I'm thinking, why would I ever give up my nuclear weapons? So I'd like, is the Ukrainian situation affecting the calculus there? The second piece that we haven't talked about is China is making plans to grow, what's the right word? I want to say grossly, but there are plans to radically expand their nuclear arsenal. How does that affect both the way that South Korea thinks about its own security and how it might think about the negotiations with the North Koreans? If they're expanding widely, how will that affect more generally, does it change the calculus about the negotiations with the North Koreans, or is it considered something entirely separate?
Thank you very much. Ask questions and then we can. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she has. Yep.
So the question you made.
My name is Mijin, your first-year graduate student studying international policy here. Ambassador Kim mentioned that the purpose North Korea coming back to the negotiation table is to build up their position on nuclear weapons. In this regard, do you think sanctions is a useful tool? And is the sanction working now? Despite the persistent provocation by North Korea, it seems to be more difficult to implement the existing UN Security Council resolution or adopt a new sanctions resolution at the UN Security Council. As a permanent member, China, Russia, they have veto power, and then they even urge the UN Security Council to lift the existing UN Security Council resolutions against North Korea. So my question is that, do you think sanction policy against North Korea could be still effective tool in achieving denuclearization of North Korea? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the question.
Hi, thank you for speaking with us today. My name is Yulim Kim. I'm a graduate student at Stanford. And my question is, with the recent election of President Yoon in South Korea and talks and changes in policy regarding he's expecting to take a very different stance compared to the Sunshine Policy, which has been previously been done by the previous president. How do you think, within the next year, how do you think North Korea will react to these strengthening ties between U.S. and South Korea?
Thank you. So final question. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hi, thank you guys for being here. I'm here because I took Professor Moon's class last year on North Korea. I'm a student as well. My question's a little different. So from what I understand, anti-American sentiment is a significant part of North Korean state ideology. So this is like rhetoric around how the US is a major source of, a major cause of suffering of North Korean people through the sanctions they facilitate and how they represent a major security threat to North Korea. So I'm wondering, from the American perspective, do you think that we can and do you think that we should try to address this anti-American sentiment through diplomacy and building ties with North Korean people? Thank you.
Thank you. So, Professor Shin, would you like to? No. Okay, we have only 5 minutes, so 1 minute, 30 minutes per person. Okay. That's amazing questions, and answers should be brief. Sorry about that. Yes.
Go ahead.
You want to address the
Amazing
last one?
Yeah, all the questions, I think, as towards the future. I totally agree with you on what you said. About the last question, I think the best way is to approach on the civilian level. A lot of inter-Korean communications and activities would help, like it had back in Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun administrations. That would be an eye-opener to the North Koreans. The anti-American sentiment, they're taught to talk like that. It's the teachings, it's the brainwashing. But then they're also intelligent people too. And when they listen to American rock music, they watch Korean dramas. It's different. So they have a two-tier layer of thinking. So when you talk to a North Korean people, they're very free talking. When you put a camera in front of them and tell them this is an interview, they turn into a totally different person, 180 degrees, and they know what to say because they're trained to say that every day from they were young. So I think if we make an effort on the civilian level to have more interactions like we did before, that would help break the ice.
Thank you. Ambassador Kim?
No, give him a chance.
Dr.
We have 2 minutes, so
Yeah, 2 minutes.
you may take 1 minute and one from me.
Let me tackle Professor McFaul's question of giving up the nuclear weapons and was it a mistake or not. First of all, let me tie that back to what was discussed before, where my colleague said they'll never give up nuclear weapons. So I don't agree with that. My answer is, I don't know. And I don't think Kim Jong-un knows either. However, it's been made more difficult because of what you said, of what's happened in Ukraine. It takes a longer discussion, but Ukrainians giving up their nuclear weapons, they had to do that. Dr. Perry was there. They didn't have operational control. They were an incredible burden to Ukraine. They were lucky to be able to ship them out. If they had to take them apart, you don't take apart nuclear weapons unless you're the person who designed and built them. They couldn't do anything with those nuclear weapons. Whether they could have somehow managed to build their own nuclear capability, what people don't understand is that nuclear weapons are an incredible burden on a system. There's a cost when you develop nuclear weapons. South Korea, in my opinion, has always been, they've been so smart. They focused on Samsungs and Hyundais and LG, and North Korea focused on bombs, and look what you got. And so you have to take that part into account. China is a problem, that's a different conversation. Sanctions, I'll just say briefly, they haven't worked for North Korea.
Okay, thank you. Well, quick answer on 2 points. First, Ukraine and Libya. Now, it's a good excuse for Kim Jong-un not to give up. But he has a determined mind inherited from his grandfather and father. So this Ukraine and Libyan case is another excuse on already existed determination on the part of Kim Jong-un. That's the first answer. On sanction, is this the effective tool to deal with North Korea to give up nuclear weapons? No, and yes. Yes means this is a sanction has two phases. One is a punitive, principle of no impunity. So you have to pay for what you have been doing wrong. So one is the punitive side. The other one is this is a tool to slow down their speed of development of nuclear weapons. But sanction cannot be the fundamental way to resolve that one. I think we have to deal with the situation not for only the nuclear negotiation, but the holistic way to deal with the regime itself. I'm not talking about regime transformation or regime change. It's so sensitive a word, but let me stop here.
Yes, there is a stop sign behind. Thank you so much, and thank you for the great discussion, and thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. You can see how serious we are, right? So even we are celebrating our 20th anniversary, but we still have to be serious. And thank you so much for our panelists. Let's give one more big hand. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break. So please get some fresh air, coffee, or something, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
연수 나왔어요, 지금?
네. 나 한 번만 더 찍고. 죄송합니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 죄송한데 저도 여기서 초대 죄송합니다. 네, 2년 남아 있어요. 네, 알겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네.
이쪽으로 잠깐 모셔가지고 잠깐 쉬셨다가 저기 옆에 저희 뭐 같이. Oh, you plugged in your clicker. We have one here for you, actually.
Oh, you do? Okay, good. You have a clicker, so I don't have to come up here, right?
Yeah, it's right there.
I can do it over there.
And you're presenting?
Yes.
Awesome. Which slide? Or
I'm actually the first one, so I'm right. Yeah, that's me right there.
this one right here?
Yeah.
The laboratory model?
But it's gonna start from the blank.
Oh, okay, good. That
So
was
way,
the one though. Okay,
So
perfect.
that way I don't have to cue you in the middle.
Sweet, sweet.
Because the slides don't start until the middle of my comments.
Got it, got it.
So that
Sweet.
way you can just start. You can turn that on when I start talking, and
Sweet.
then when I click. So what do I click? Sorry, I'm not.
The green.
Okay.
So the green here, and then if you want to go back, it's the red.
Okay, cool.
And then I'm just gonna. You have some videos, I know, right?
I don't.
Okay, I'm just gonna check them. I know we have some later, real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
이상아.
예, 예.
이따가 키노트 잘 들어보겠습니다. 키노트 이따가 잘 들어보겠습니다. 예. 그래서 식사하고 식사하기 전에.
그리고 다음 주에 한국에서 국방 프로그램이라고.
Please have a seat.
This was 10 years ago. But here I have. I think our mics are on.
Wonderful. If we could have everyone get seated, we're going to start the session in a couple moments.
Okay, sure.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelsey Kaywood, and I'm a research associate in the Korea program. The Korea program, as you know, is a West Coast hub for scholarship on contemporary Korea and the issues shaping the future of the Korean Peninsula and US-Korea relations. So our work examines these topics from interdisciplinary, regional, and comparative perspectives. For this panel on the program's past, present, and future, we are pleased to welcome several of our distinguished alumni to speak alongside one of our current students. So the panel will begin with 2 short videos which commemorate the history of our program in its first 20 years, and they feature the reflections of our current faculty, staff, and students. So following the film, I'll introduce my fellow panelists and invite them to briefly share about their experiences in the Korea program. And following that, we'll conclude with a question and answer session. So at that time, please feel free to come forward with any questions for our panel or any of our individual panelists. And for our other Korea program alumni in attendance, please feel free to share any personal memories or comments at that time.
I got tenure at UCLA in 1998. Soon after, I got contact from Stanford University saying that they got new endowment to establish the first Korean Studies faculty position at the university. And then they were asking me if I have any interest in coming to start Korea program. I was making joke that I'm leaving a very large, well-established company to the startup that just got some funding. At the time, besides myself, there's only one language instructor. There's no other faculty, no librarian, and I wasn't sure how much interest in Korea on campus. So I really had to create critical mass. So what I did was that I began a seminar on Friday at noon, and I called Korean Luncheon Seminar. So it's a Friday, you'll have to have lunch anyway, so why don't you come over and have a lunch and have some conversation. I think that turned out to be a big success. Looking back for last 20 years, I think I made the right decision, and I don't have much regrets.
Shortly after coming here, Gi-Wook proceeded to create new programs, raise funds, bring in scholars, and populate a park with so much activity on Korea that we were worried that we would have to rename it K-Park. So, Gi-Wook, you are my greatest accomplishment as director, and thank goodness you're willing to take over from me when I step down.
So I decided to establish under Asia Pacific Research Center. Since 2005, I've been directing the center as well. So until now, so it's a great opportunity not only to promote Korea program under the center, but also very competitive, not only in Korea, but comparing Korea to other parts of Asia, like Japan, China, and so on. I think that's also a very unique feature for our program, because oftentimes, Korean studies can be isolated from other studies on Asia.
Over the last 13 years, I've worked on several different policy-related projects that were undertaken by the Korea program or with the Korea program here at Stanford. It's a staff, it's a program with Gi-Wook's kind of leadership style that reaches out. It's an approach that is effective. It's an approach that, in my case, it's drawn me into more activities than I would have entered into were it simply on the menu of possibilities.
So something happens in the world, it hits the headlines, and then we're thinking about it, we're commenting on it, and we're bringing folks into conversation that might not otherwise meet each other. That's something that APARC and the Korea program takes really seriously and makes it really fun to work here, because we're getting these research insights into the hands of people that can actually implement them and make changes with them.
We were really delighted when the Korea program was established. We were offered the opportunity to help make some of that scholarship and teaching accessible to younger students.
When I first arrived at Stanford, the Stanford does not have any even as a strong library collection in Korean studies. But we are able to hire a Korean librarian, and then now we have very solid Korean collection.
Unlike English materials, the Korean language materials is not easily available or accessible outside of Korea. So the curatorial and management work that is important to make the resources available to the users at Stanford and in the United States.
What has happened in the last, I would say, 20 years or so is that the academic field has realized that you cannot actually have an East Asian Studies program. You can't understand Asia as a region without Korea.
I want to highlight something I think is incredibly important about the Korea program, which is that it's been really ahead of the curve on recruiting in diverse scholars to the field. There was a diversity grant created several years ago that brings in students who otherwise might have barriers learning about Korea, contemporary Korea, in the region more broadly. And that's something that's a really unique and critical pillar of the Korea program's work.
Now Stanford is one of the leaders in Korean studies. So I think it's one of Stanford's achievements in the past 20 years.
Nowadays, non-heritage students have surpassed the number of heritage students in Korean language classes. So compared to the 2004 students enrolled in Korean
language classes has doubled.
I mean, a lot of it does have to do with the Korean wave. Our students, our youthful students, are structured by their consumption of popular culture, and Korean culture has become, central to that.
Korean program has been so important to me. It's really a consolidated space on campus that really is the hub for everything academic happening with Korea. Actually, coming into Stanford, I knew I wanted to be an IR major, but I hadn't decided on my specialization. I was kind of involved with the Korean language program on that side of things. But as I've kind of interacted more and more with the Korea program, I found that I was really interested in also the sociological, the geopolitical, etc. aspects of Korea. And that has kind of shifted my academic path, and I've enjoyed it so much so far, and I'm really excited to see where it takes me.
Students know that having a kind of deep and meaningful literacy around everything that has to do with Korea is something that can carry forward into any field. Not only do they understand this really central piece of East Asia as a region, but they also have a profound and deep knowledge of one particular area across different fields. And that, I think, translates into pretty much any career that they are interested in.
Through the Korea program, I've had some of the most transformative intellectual experiences. The people you meet are all very interested in culture and language, and I find it to be a really open-minded, warm group of people in the Korean studies program, not just students, but also the administration and staff. The professors that I have had in Korean studies have always really been so supportive of the research I'm trying to do.
So one thing that is unique about the faculty in the Korea program is they have this really open door approach to student mentorship, from your early stage courses to when you're thinking about your postgraduate opportunities. And that is an invaluable part of the Korea program, is kind of fostering these interests and making sure that they can grow and be nourished by the Stanford academic environment.
My time as a student, I think I gained kind of really broad foundation of knowledge about not just Korea, but also the East Asia region as a whole, the Asia Pacific region, as well as I took some more kind of theoretical courses that allowed me to, now that I'm working as staff at the Korea program, I can kind of pull from that background into my research.
Even though I began Korea program and I'm still leading the program, but we really have to give big credit to other faculty, especially staff. Our staff are really dedicated. We have a great team.
We work really well together. We are few, but we're strong, and we hope to continue to grow.
Teaching is an honorable profession, and so the working with the Stanford students and wonderful faculty is one of the best part in my job.
I found my people, people who are really passionate about Korea and about researching Korea. I wake up every morning really excited to dive into work for the day. So personally it's been really fulfilling. I love what I do, I love the research.
Because I'm working on Korea, I feel really fulfilled. Certainly Korea is my homeland, but US gave me education and opportunity. So I think connecting the two countries is a great thing, and I'm really happy that I'm able to do, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity. Looking back for last 20 years, I feel really grateful. There are so many people who supported, financially, many other areas. I got a lot of great colleagues, great students, and great donors, and many other friends. So, without them, there's no way that we could, be here today. So, reflecting on the last 2 decades, I really appreciate all the support that they gave to me and all the trust they had with me.
A special thanks to Heather Ahn, our Korea program manager, and the Stanford video team for producing these excellent videos. Our panelists today represent some of the wide-ranging training and fellowship opportunities facilitated by the Korea program. The Korea program tailors these opportunities to academic, practitioner, and industry audiences. And in doing so, it drives forward collaboration across generations, across sectors, and across continents. So we'll begin with Paul Chang. Dr. Chang is an associate professor of sociology at Harvard University and served as the 2019-2020 Joy Foundation Fellow at the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Study. He is the author of Protest Dialectics, State Repression in South Korea's Democracy Movement, 1970 to 1979, and co-editor of South Korean Social Movements, From Democracy to Civil Society. His research on social movements, state repression, and Korean society has appeared in several disciplinary and area studies journals. Dr. Chang received his MA and PhD in sociology from Stanford University. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Kelsey. Hello, everybody. My name is Paul Chang. I'm on the sociology faculty at Harvard, that other school on the wrong side of the coast. It's a complete honor and a privilege to be here to help celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Korean Studies program. I may be one of the very few people, along with Hamani probably, who heard from Professor Shin about the vision of the Korean Studies program prior to him moving to Stanford. You see, I was a doctoral student in sociology at UCLA, and Professor Shin was my mentor and advisor. And when he moved to Stanford to start the Korea program up, he graciously and thankfully allowed me to tag along so I can complete my training with him here at Stanford. And so I finished my PhD here in 2008 and I've been teaching since. Other people will tell you about all the different aspects of the program. I just wanted to share one quick anecdote and then my experiences with one of the academic projects that I was most involved with. As you heard from the video, the Korean Luncheon Seminar is a cornerstone of the program, and during my time here from 2000 to 2008, I hardly missed a single one. Not only because of the great speakers who came by, but as a poor, hungry graduate student, there was so much free food, a lot of free food, that essentially the Korea program quite literally sustained me physically for the greater part of a decade. But I remember sitting at one of the seminars and I noticed something quite remarkable, and I think it speaks to the unique aspect of the Korea program here. I remember sitting at the table was a high-ranking ROK military general, sitting a couple chairs down from the executive director of the leading progressive civil society organization, the PSPD at the time. And coincidentally, there was a founding director of a women's organization, and also at the table was a former National Assembly person who represented the dominant conservative political party. And they were all here at Stanford in the Korea program as visiting practitioners. And I remember thinking to myself at the time that if we're being completely honest, these people would probably never be caught dead in the same room if they were back in South Korea. And so, you know, we often lament the polarization of South Korean society and politics, and yet the Stanford Korea program is one of, with only barely a little bit of exaggeration, maybe one of the few places on this planet where you can have such diverse leaders coming from different industries in actual meaningful debate and dialogue. I think that is a remarkable thing about the program and something that probably cannot be replicated in any other programs across the country. In regards to the academic project that I was most involved with, so hopefully this will work, yes. Professor Shin mentioned, sorry about the slides, it's like 직업병, I can't do without them. Professor Shin mentioned that the strategy for the academic programs was to follow quote-unquote laboratory model. And what that meant was that data collection would be a community effort, a group effort. The data that we collect will be shared, and there'll be ample opportunities to do the analysis and write books and papers together. The two projects that I was most involved with was the Stanford Korean National Assembly project that collected data and information about individual National Assembly persons from 1981 to 2008, and the Stanford Korea Democracy project that collected information about protest events from 1970 to all the way up to 1992 after democratization. And so just to give you a glimpse about what this laboratory model looked like in terms of how it actually was executed, most always, the data collection was funded by Professor Shin and the Stanford program, the Korea program, and those resources allowed to bring together a community of scholars, not only faculty, but students, PhD students, masters, and even undergraduate students, to work on a project of importance together as a group. And so as a quick example, for example, we obtained source books of South Korea's democracy movement, which is basically includes narrative accounts of protests and repression events. And the books are about over almost 2,000 pages of these texts. And we coded them and created the Stanford Korea Democracy Project Events database. This is a database that collects attributes about protests and repression events, protests in blue, repression in yellow. And this is just a snapshot, but there are nearly 5,000 events, so 5,000 rows of data. And once you have data, as any empirical social scientist will know, you can do a lot of cool things. For example, we were able to verify and corroborate what historians have been telling us all along about the importance of the Yushin Constitution in 1972, martial law that year, and also the Mincheong Sakon, or the systematic repression of students in 1974, and the Kingup Chochi, which is the emergency decrees in 1975. And so historians, using their documental evidence, have been telling us about the importance of these repressive moments. We were able to, for the first time, to empirically, systematically verify that with the data that we collected. And not only that, but we also learned new things. For example, I don't know if Professor Susui is in the room, but he would appreciate this. But we were able to document how human rights, as a conceptual category, as a discursive, narrative, symbolic pillar of the social movements and civil society in Korea today, we were able to document how human rights first enters Korea as a symbolic resource. And so this is showing you data about the increasing saliency of human rights. And again, this was only possible with the data that we collected. And obviously, human rights is now the dominant master narrative that most all social movements use in Korea. So we were able to see this with the data. And like other projects, with the data, we wrote reports. This is a report we put out sponsored by the Korea Democracy Foundation in South Korea, and also sponsored, of course, by Shorenstein APARC. We edited volumes, as Kelsey mentioned, and we even had the opportunities to write our own books. And not only us, but also there was a host of other people who participated in the project with their own data and with their own analysis. And so this is really, I think the Korea Democracy Project is an exemplary case of this laboratory model where you can get a group of scholars and students together working on a topic of importance, and importantly are able to share their data and share their analysis, and obviously share ideas and discussion together. So I thought, and for me, someone who was in academic training at the time, it was an incredibly rich learning environment, if you can imagine, being part of a larger group instead of holed up in the library by yourself and writing your dissertation. So I know I don't have much time, so I'm just going to leave you with one final thought. I know if you're like me, you were probably in awe of the diplomats and the practitioners who are doing such important policy work on the Korean Peninsula, as we saw in the first panel. And I'm sure we're all going to be mesmerized by the cultural icons who are going to grace us with their presence in the K-pop panels that are going to come. But I just want to remind us that the bread and butter and the cornerstone of the Korea program here at Stanford remains rigorous academic research, systematic data collection and analysis, and hopefully that will inform evidence-based policies. So with that, I would like to congratulate Professor Shin, Heather An, and all the other faculty, students, and staff part of the Korea program. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Paul. You touched on something really important in your discussion of creating a space for both meaningful dialogue and for debate. So next up is Junwoo Park. Ambassador Park is the former chairman of the Sejong Institute, Korea's leading independent think tank, and former senior secretary to the president for political affairs during the Park Geun-hye administration. He was a career diplomat for 33 years at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. He also served as ambassador to the European Union and to Singapore. At the Korea program, Ambassador Park was the 2011-2012 Koret Fellow and taught a graduate course on Korean foreign policy and transition. After Stanford, Ambassador Park was appointed as a visiting professor at Yonsei University, their Institute for State Governance.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's so nice to meet you all, and I am so honored to be here today. Well, let me first express my sincere congratulations on the 20th anniversary of Korea program and extend my utmost compliments on the Korea program's remarkable accomplishments for the last 20 years under Director Shin's outstanding leadership, which we just have watched through the video presentation. I would also like to thank Professor Shin and the Shorenstein APARC as well for giving me the wonderful opportunity to join this memorable conference. 11 years ago in September 2011, I started my life at APARC as 2011 to 2012 Koret Fellow. Retiring as a career diplomat after more than 30 years service, I was considering visiting an academic institution in the neighboring countries like Japan, China, or Singapore, where I served as ambassador. At that time, I heard that Professor Shin was looking for a senior diplomat to fill the Correct Fellowship, which were previously filled by retired security and high-ranking Korean government officials in security and economic area. Following on then Foreign Minister's recommendation, I was interviewed with Professor Shin and decided to come to Stanford Shorenstein APAR. My first mission as the first Correct Fellow was to make a public talk about a month or so since my arrival. Under the subject territorial disputes in East Asia and the role of the US, I tried to explain the origins of the 4 major territorial disputes in East Asia, which were the vestiges of the insufficient settlement of the World War II. I urged through my presentation that the United States has to engage more actively in promoting peaceful resolutions for the friendly and cooperative relations among the East Asian countries. Later in March and April next year, the next year, 2012, I was invited to visit Harvard's Korea Institute and the UBC's Korea Research Center to give public talks in this issue. When North Korean leader Kim Jong-il died at the end of the year, I had to attend the hastily arranged symposium by Professor Shin on the future of North Korea under new leader Kim Jong-un. On early March, I joined Professor Shin in organizing an international conference supported by the Korea Foundation under the title Asia's Middle Powers, Korea and Vietnam. Many scholars and professionals analyzed the background of the 2 Asian countries' success. The 2 countries share similar historical and cultural background and successfully survived the threat from China in their long history. Papers presented at the conference were later compiled in a book titled Asia's Middle Powers, the Identity and Regional Policy of South Korea and Vietnam. Another important work of the Correct Fellow was teaching. Having no experience of teaching as a career diplomat, I had to prepare from the beginning. The subject of my class was Korean foreign policy, as just was introduced at transition, Korea's bilateral relations with major neighboring countries. As I had served throughout my career at Washington, D.C., Tokyo, Beijing, Singapore, and Belgium, I lectured on Korea's geopolitical situation, focusing on Korea's relationship with big neighboring powers, the United States, Japan, and China. During my first class with 18 students, I was so nervous and completely immersed in discussion with the students. And I forgot to have breaks and continue the class standing for 3.5 hours. Returning home, I collapsed to sleep until next morning. As class continued, I soon got used to talking with the students, and I finally enjoyed my meeting, enjoyed the class of mostly seniors and graduate students. During the summer vacation, since I returned to Seoul, 4 students of my class visited Seoul, 2 for Korean language program at Seoul National University and Yonsei University, and 2 for internship program at the Korean global company, LG. We had a joyous reunion while I guided a tour of the Korean National Museum. Concluding my activities as a Correct Fellow, I learned that Korea needs to be represented in the talks and discussions of the APAC in some way or other. I later suggested to Korean foreign minister establishing a program to send a senior diplomat to Shorenstein APAC for a year to do the job I did as Coret Fellow. Personally, my teaching experience helped me a lot in my activities back home as visiting professor at Yonsei University and lecturing at many other academic institutions. When I was appointed chairman of the Sejong Institute, my experience at Shorenstein APAC was of great help in my effort to reform the institute. The Sejong Institute is an independent, non-governmental think tank established after the tragic bombing at Rangoon, Burma. Learning from the Shorenstein APAC, I started a weekly talk series on current issues and established a visiting fellowship. Through the program, I invited David Schwab, who used to work here as a deputy director of the Korea program. Professor Shin and I revived a bilateral forum between APAC and Sejong and successfully held the annual forum for 3 years. Looking back, I learned a lot from the Shorenstein APAC, and I still have fond memories and dream a day to come back to this Encina Hall. Once again, I would like to thank Professor Shin and Shorenstein APAC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. I'm sure I'm not alone in saying that I would have loved to witness this 3-hour classroom lecture marathon. Next up is Jong-Chun Woo. Dr. Woo is Professor Emeritus of Physics and the former Dean of the Graduate School at Seoul National University. He served as a consultant on human resource development in science and technology for the President of South Korea and the World Bank. Dr. Woo was a visiting scholar at the Korea program from 2001 to 2002, during which he researched technological innovation and economic growth. He is also the former president of the Stanford Shorenstein APAC Forum in Korea.
Thank you for introduction, and thank you to let me sit on this platform. I was here mainly to talk about the university innovation and innovation toward the knowledge-based economy, actually. So I was working very closely with Dr. Nathan Rosenberg while I was here. As a advisor and committee member to DJ Kim's government, he was very concerned about high caliber brains in science and technology from bottom up approach, because Korea was mainly developed by top-down approach through the government programmed industrial renovation. So he implemented several things, like innovation of graduate program to research-oriented, starting with Seoul National University, where I was dean of the graduate school then. And then they were talking about renovation of law school program as well as the medical program, which was implemented sometime later. Then actually it was DJ Kim who promoted nanotechnology as well as contents-oriented industry, which led to K-pop and K-drama nowadays. So it was about 10 years old project. Then actually I was told to talk about the Korea Seoul Forum of APAC over here. So I have a slide over here. The APAC Forum was formed as a kind of very informal get-together of alumni in 2002, so it's about 20 years ago, at the golf course, actually, because, well, everybody over here miss golf and the environment. So that was the recollection of old memories, good memories. Then evaluated to be a biannual get-together when Professor Shin visited to Korea, and he usually brought lecturers, very distinguished lecturers like Dr. Hecker, Mr. Andrew Kim, and so forth. I will let say. Then we often had a Korean speakers like Ambassador Park, then some ministers like Kwan Young-yoon, and so forth. Anyway, this is the composition now we have. We have about 140 active members with varieties of professions. So actually it's very evenly divided, except professors to be majority. Then we had a very productive, follow-up from what's going on to APARC. And the reason why we could make this gathering so successful is the old days of alumni of APARC. They often mention about openness of the environment over here, friendly people, friendly professors, friendly speakers, and students, and even visitors. Then they enjoyed the richness of resources, intellectual resources, of libraries, seminars, and professors. Then, of course, the climate over here is one thing you cannot left out. So the next slide. I asked the, what do they think about continuing on this Seoul Forum? And they like to keep up with this network and progress more aggressively over here, more aggressively about how to step up to these resources to help advance to the next step. So as a physicist, the second physicist in the forum, I think, and the second oldest over here after Dr. Perry and Dr. Hecker, I have to go back and my old days. So as an old man, I'm entitled to talk about the old days. I entered physics in 1960 to think about the nuclear physics. Then I joined the graduate school of over here to study that in '65. Then there was a A-bomb in China. That's the fifth country to make A-bomb successful in 1963. And in '65, Chinese successfully launched ICBM. And so everybody was asking me, you're going to go back and make an A-bomb. So I decided to switch my major to semiconductor, which was nice. And then somehow up to 1990 or 1985, Korea successfully launched semiconductor program. And fortunately, there was personal computers and digital telephones. So it's nice to be there, to follow up the trend of technology. And nanotechnology, which was launched from top down by DJ Kim, President DJ Kim, who was somewhat reluctant to launch because it's a top down, was made really a fruitful product in Korean economy, actually. So, but when I returned and joined Seoul National University in '74, that was, the country was still under the dictatorship of President Park. And I was stopped by policeman to have a long hair, and he was about to cut my long hair right in the street. Then I had many students. Professor Chang talked about the student demonstration, and I was right there, and my students was hit, tortured, and some even expelled and prison. So actually, democracy, which we are enjoying now over here, is earned by people. And I heard about top-down things about nuclear bombs and so forth from North Korea. Then now Professor of Stanford is bringing up the K-pops to North Korea, which is bottom up to me. And it's really interesting to see the aggressive movement and the aggressive collaboration between APAC and APAC Seoul Forum to make top-down and bottom-up to change North Korea as well as world peace. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Wu. That's an incredible perspective on change both in Korea and at the Korea program. Our final speaker is Megan Faircloth. Megan is a senior majoring in East Asian Studies with a focus on Korea. During her Stanford career, she's had the opportunity to be to Korea twice. First, as a recipient of a foreign language and area studies scholarship to study at Seoul National University, and second, as an external relations intern with the Asia Pacific Center for International Understanding. Over to you, Megan.
Yeah, thank you so much. First, I want to say that I am so honored to be on a panel with so many distinguished and intelligent people, and I'm so thankful for this opportunity. I think my journey with the Korea program at Stanford started really when I was a junior in high school, and sometimes I wish I had a more profound intellectual reason for becoming interested in Korean studies, but it actually began with a K-pop video, and to be specific, it was Fire by BTS. I had just finished one of my final exams, and my best friend had this video she wanted to show me, and I had never seen anything like it. And I think something about it was just so engaging and sort of unique and particular. I think, a lot of K-pop lyrics are very inspirational, and through different videos and interviews and media, I was able to, form connections with different K-pop idols and groups and felt sort of connected to them as people. And I also think that as a teenager consuming Korean media, I grew up in a very small rural town in North Carolina, and I feel like Korean wave material sort of satisfied this desire in me to, engage or experience something beyond the small town I was living in, and to feel more connected to the outside world and to other cultures, and to feel more worldly. And when I got to Stanford, majoring in Korean studies was not my intention whatsoever. I came in as an English major, though I knew that I wanted to learn Korean language. However, after taking Professor Zer's Korean wave class, I just felt sort of like fascinated by what I was learning in a way that's really hard for me to put my finger on. And as I began to take more and more Korean studies classes, I was like, I wish all of my classes were like this. And then I was like, well, why don't I just change my major? That's the easy way to solve it. But I think through the Korean studies program at Stanford, I have never felt sort of academically or intellectually limited in what I wanted to study. Like, you're getting a cross-section of an entire country, so if you're interested in sociology, you can pursue that route, or literature, or language, and international relations. There's so much breadth, I think, to the sort of education you get through the Korean Studies program at Stanford. And in addition to that, just the resources that Stanford has have been amazing. The text I've had access to through the East Asian Studies Library, the visiting scholars I've able to have conversations with even as a student. And as Kelsey mentioned in the video, the open door policy that many of the faculty have here of, just being able to go in for office hours and connect with different people who, just felt so above me as like a student here, but, and able to get to know people on like a very personal level has just been amazing. And my community at Stanford is in the Korea Studies program, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Thanks, Megan. Well, those are some wonderful stories. I know we only have 5 minutes left. I have lots of questions for all of you, but I want to turn it to the floor first. So if you want to start queuing up, and similar to the last Q&A, if you could provide some sort of identification of who you are, where you're from, but we welcome you to queue up with any stories or questions. No, come up to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Wook Kim. I'm working for Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency in Silicon Valley, which is called KOTRA, and I'm kind of a freelance journalist from the columns bi-weekly. I just want to ask you, Mr. Woo, you talked about Mr. Kim Dae-jung's kind of perspective and his decision making, especially in terms of ICT technology. But after 20 years or after 25 years, I guess if there's any strong points in Korea's policy or in Korea's kind of tech-based culture compared to what's going on in Silicon Valley.
Should I answer it now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can go ahead.
I'm retired in 2008, so I do not have a follow-up. But now the human resources is established such that they can provide somewhat self-sufficient technology now than in 20 years ago when they started. They have to depend on the imported technology because semiconductors started with imported technology. And actually, the first incubation was done in Silicon Valley. So if you look for TriStar somewhere in here, now it's a storage company, I think. But that's where Samsung studied semiconductor. Does that answer your question?
Yes. The reason why I asked this question is I just read a book published by Fred Turner at the University of Stanford, communication professor. He basically focused on the counterculture back in
there is an article written by Dr. Rosenberg, Nathan Rosenberg, in Seoul Journal of Economics in 2013, I think. And he just explains how Korea was okay to be evolved in that way. But the technology very much depends on the market. And the market actually produces technology to me. So I really don't have an answer for your question.
You've stumped us. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, that is the end of this session. We're out of time, but please do interact with any of our speakers throughout the rest of the conference. Thank you all again for being with us. And if you could please kindly leave the room at the end of this session. There are boxed lunches outside for those of you registered for the next session. And if you are joining us for more panels, do not lose your name card. But once again, thank you so much, and let's have a last round of applause for our speakers. Come back by 10:30. All right, wonderful. So please, after lunch, return back at 12:30. Thank you all.
모르겠어요. 놔두셔도 될 것 같은데. 저도 이렇게 놓고 하거든요. 아니면 나중에부터 치우죠. 예, 아니 이거를 이게 놓을 때가 있어야 되니까. 아, 이제 하면 안 돼. 지금 저기 좀 올라가 있기 때문에 예. 놔두셔야 돼요. Okay, I hope you had a nice lunch and then enjoy some fresh air. So good afternoon, everyone. So this event features two distinguished guests, General H.R. McMaster and also Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. So we are very happy to host this event, and also thanks for coming to join us. So over the last 2 decades, Mr. Ban has become a close collaborator with the Korea program and also a very close personal friend. I know him for almost now 20 years. So during his time as UN Secretary General, he came to our program twice. I still remember in a big audience with his visit. And then he came one more time after he left the UN on the invitation from our student group. So at least during my time here, this is our fourth visit by Mr. Ban to our campus, and I'm really honored to welcome you back to our campus. So this visit also marks the start of a new impact partnership between our center and the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future. So I'm very happy to share this big news. So together we are launching what we call Stanford Trans-Pacific Dialogue, an annual dialogue in Asia to make much needed progress on today's most pressing sustainable development challenges. So the dialogue will spur new research and practice partnership between experts and leaders in the United States and Asia. So critically, the dialogue will engage local communities and empower youth to become leaders for sustainable development in the Asia-Pacific region. So as you know, climate change is a defining issue of this century. So we could not have found a better partner than Mr. Ban's foundation to focus our work on sustainability and climate change action. Under his leadership, United Nations established the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its underlying Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. So together with Mr. Ban's foundation, we will spur new research and practice partnership to make progress on these critical global challenges these goals address, among them climate change, poverty, and inequality. So we've been working on this exciting new project for a month, and we are going to make more announcements with the details in the coming months. So please visit our website for more details. Okay, now I'll now turn to General McMaster to formally introduce Mr. Ban Ki-moon and his career as a public servant and international leader. General McMaster, not yet. Okay, General McMaster is a Ford and Michelle Azami Senior Fellow at Hoover Institution here. He's also Bernard and Suja Leotard Fellow at FSI in this building, also teaching at Graduate School of Business. So he was the 26th Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs. So now let's welcome H.R. McMaster.
Hey, it's just another great day at Stanford, isn't it? You know, it's a beautiful day. I get to be in a room with two of my heroes, Secretary Perry and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. And I think all of us are extremely fortunate today because we get to welcome someone to campus who is a peacemaker and a humanitarian at a time when we are witnesses to war and brutality. So thank you for being with us, Secretary General. I'd like to share a few thoughts about the Secretary General, and I know all of you already know how fortunate we are to be in his presence and to welcome him here. But first of all, I'm indebted to Professor Gi-Wook Shin and the Korea Center for the great honor of introducing a man for whom I have the deepest admiration. Mr. Ban Ki-moon is a distinguished statesman and a humanitarian, as I mentioned. It's impossible to imagine, I think, a more fitting keynote speaker for the Korea Center's anniversary conference. Mr. Ban will be 78 next month. Congratulations and a happy early birthday to you, sir. So 78 years is a lot of experience, but as you know, experience doesn't always develop wisdom. Mr. Ban Ki-moon is a wise person. He understands the horror of war and why we must do all we can to prevent it. When he was 6 years old, he fled to a remote mountainside region in South Korea to escape the violence of the Korean War. He then became determined from that point on to make a positive difference in this world. As a high school student in 1962, he won an essay contest sponsored by the Red Cross, which brought him to San Francisco to live with a host family for several months. During that time, he met President John F. Kennedy, after which he decided to become a diplomat. For many in this audience today, he is best known for his service as the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations from January 2007 to December 2016. He lasted a lot longer in that job than I did in mine in Washington. His new book, Resolved, Uniting Nations in a Divided World, recounts his experiences and tenure as UN Secretary General. In it, he describes his unrelenting, noble efforts to institute reform and to foster international cooperation on vital issues, including global warming, sustainable development, and gender equality. But before serving as the UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban already had an extraordinary 3-decade-long career as a diplomat. He served as South Korea's 31st Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and he also served as National Security Advisor to the President. His many overseas postings included the United States, India, and Central Europe. And you might say that he's in the midst now of a third career as he continues to help build a better world for generations to come as the founder and chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, the chair of the International Olympic Committee's Ethics Commission, president of the Global Green Growth Institute, and the chair of the Global Center on Adaptation. And Secretary General Ban is the ideal person to help us celebrate the anniversary of this great center because he is also an educator, an alumnus of Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government. None of us here will hold that against you. Secretary General Ban holds an endowed chair at Seoul National University's Department of Political Science and International Relations, which is his alma mater. Please join me in welcoming statesman, humanitarian, and educator Ban Ki-moon to Stanford University, the Freeman Spogli Institute, and the Korea Center. Welcome, sir. Great to see you. Give you a hand up there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, General McMaster, for your very kind introduction. I think I'm very much honored by such a great introduction. I have been introduced by many people many times, but this is by far one of the most honorable remarks about my contribution to the world. I thank very much. And I'm also very much honored by the presence of Dr. Bill Perry, former Secretary of Defense, who has made a great contribution to peace and security of the Korean Peninsula through his well-known Perry process. We really wished that your Perry process had worked out successfully. Otherwise, we would not be still suffering from all this South and North confrontational relationship and security concerns caused by North Korea. And I'm also among many distinguished participants. I'd like to recognize the presence of Honorable Kim Hyung-oh, who was Speaker of the Korean National Assembly, and thank you for your participation, and also participation of Honorable Yoon Sang-soo, Consul General of the Republic of Korea in San Francisco, and also Dr. Siegfried, who is also very well known to Korean people. Again, thank you for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, dear faculty members and participants, and many students, it's a great honor and for me to be here for second time after my retirement from the United Nations. I was here and met the General McMaster and many others. I think it was April 2019. Since then, because of this lockdown caused by COVID-19, I had to stay at home, and I am very pleased to be here on the occasion of a 20th anniversary of this Asia Pacific Research Center. And I'd like to really thank and highly commend the continuing efforts and contribution of Professor Shin Gi-Wook, who has been really trying to connect between Korea and the United States, and Korea also, Stanford University. And I wish you a continuing good success. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to speak with you today at Stanford University here in the heart of Silicon Valley. Today, we stand on the precipice of a period of great change, one that will have profound implications for the Korean Peninsula, our planet, and the future of humanity. My deep appreciation goes again to Professor Shin Gi-Wook, Director of the Korea Program at Stanford, Walter H. Shorenstein Asia Pacific Research Center, for extending an invitation for me today. At the same time, I extend my warmest congratulations to the Korea Program at Stanford on the occasion of 20th anniversary. I hope another 20 or 30 years you will contribute to make sure that Koreans and Americans and Koreans and global citizens around the world will really contribute to make this world much better. As a former Secretary General, now what I'm doing, as had been very eloquently introduced by General McMaster, I'm doing as a private citizen to make sure that all humanity and our planet can live together sustainably for our better future. This is, I think, my moral responsibility. I do not have any political or legal responsibility at this time, but I still think that I have moral responsibility to make sure that our succeeding generations and our planet Earth and our humanity can live sustainable way. That's my strong commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, again, at a moment in history when the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend our economies and societies. Regional conflicts and great power tensions are continuing, including the one which we see, the unacceptable aggression of Russia, aggression of Ukraine by Russia, nuclear power state, and one of the superpowers again. And in addition to this, we have many crises, many serious issues, climate change, and there has been a more pronounced contrast between diverging paths of the two Koreas still in our rapidly changing world. Like this, the relationship between... Wow, that's a big welcome. This is a big welcome sign again. Thank you very much again. Now, I'm going to talk about something about our relationship between South and North Korea. In our rapidly changing world, it's like some story of a tale of two cities. Tale of two cities. Indeed, one part of Korea, in the South, is a responsible member of a global community, a cultural production, taste-making power, and a leader in science and technology and innovation. But the other part of Korea, in the North, is seen as a global pariah, a country with stunted development and hunger, a systemic abuse of human rights, and the nuclear armed threat to peace and security on the Korean peninsula and beyond. This dichotomy hasn't occurred in a vacuum. So let me briefly talk about how we got here and some possible ways forward. Since national division in 1945 and the subsequent very tragic war between the South and North, which was caused by North Koreans in 1950 until 1953, the world has been dramatically witnessing a vividly contrasting scene in relations to what is transpiring in the two Koreas. In the case of the Republic of Korea, the world has seen it as an exemplary case of successful national transformation. By any standard, Korea is now one of the 10th largest economy. When it comes to per capita income, according to all these recent statistics, Korea can be one of the G7, in fact, surpassing that of Italy. But Korean president has been often been invited by the G7 leaders, but I think in reality, Korea can claim that we are G7. But at the same time, what I have been claiming and suggesting to our Korean government is that we should be ready to do much more than what these statistics are telling us. What I am very sorry about with my country is that we should do much more in terms of providing official development assistance to many developing countries. Now, it has been also powered through the hard work and sacrificial devotion of the people, as well as a guiding commitment to education. I think this quality education has made the Korean people outstanding in world community. As I said, international assistance was also instrumental in nurturing our development. Incredibly, South Korea has succeeded in transitioning from a recipient to a global donor country within the span of just 2 generations, Whether you believe it or not, by any standard or statistics, Korea is the only country in the world who has become a donor country from a recipient country. You may think that there may be another examples, but I cannot believe myself. Korea is the only country who used to be receiving assistance from developed countries, and now we have become the developed and donor-giving country. We are very much proud of this. This is most visible today through the global success of Korean popular music, drama, movies, food, and many others. And such achievements and successes have drastically boosted Korea's soft power on the world stage. Generally speaking, the hard power of a country consists of military and economic capacity alongside sort of some political cohesion. On the other hand, soft power relates to various methods of communication and connection among different peoples which are less political, less humane, and inclusive. Soft power does not center on coercion. Rather, it is recognized by the ability to attract the preferences of others via non-coercive constructive means. With this in mind, those who are exposed to and connect with the soft power of another country tend to have a more favorable reception, particularly compared with more traditional hard power that is advanced through military and economic capacities. At the same time, countries underpinned with a soft power respect and implement global rules and norms. In today's era of pandemics, conflict uncertainty, climate crisis, and other transnational challenges, I am of the view that soft power is now more important than ever. Indeed, soft power reinforces and enhances constructive cooperation and partnership, both bilaterally and multilaterally. Soft power does not seek hegemony. It is leadership that works side by side with others. And in our increasingly interconnected and globalized world, soft power is projected everywhere and is primarily manifested by cultural flows and people-to-people exchanges. This can occur through the arts, including music, film, TV, literature, and dance, as well as through sports and even food. It can also occur through travel and tourism. And today, technology and migration can disseminate cultural output faster and in more organic ways through people-to-people exchanges than ever before. Under this backdrop, the Republic of Korea is enjoying considerable soft power on the global stage today. While our military and political hard power may not project immense strength in comparison to other great powers such as the United States, China, but Korean soft power assets, however, are incredibly well known and increasingly popular around the world. I understand that Mr. Lee Soo-man, the manager of this K-pop BTS, will have an opportunity of addressing all this issue. This drives taste, nurtures appreciation, and invites collaboration and exchange across both borders and seas. This includes, as I said, K-pop music such as BTS and others, Korean food like kimchi and bibimbap, Korean TV and cinema such as Netflix mega hit Squid Game and Oscar-winning Best Picture film Parasite, Korean sport including football star Son Heung-min and figure skater Yuna Kim, K-beauty products, Korean technology, and even Korean personal protective equipment like K94 masks. Almost nobody is wearing. There are some, but I understand that in San Francisco it is free not to wear mask. Again, in any way, this so-called Hallyu, the Korean wave, has captivated foreign publics the world over and shows no signs of abating. And as a result, other nations are attempting to replicate Korea's success as a smart, middle-powered country with a superpower cultural cash. Consider BTS, for example, which may be the most popular and famous band today. BTS instantly sells out stadiums around the globe, has boosted the popularity of Korean language studies in faraway countries such as Colombia and Nigeria, in many other Eastern European countries. And it has led to an entirely new generation of fans wanting to travel to Korea to explore Korean culture on a deeper level. You may find me quite strange today talking about, not about security issues, but talking about all these issues. But this is a reality of what the Korean people are very much proud of. Again, this represents a true sea change from foreign populations viewing Korea primarily through the prism of the North Korean nuclear issue or conflict and division. Now I'm talking about a little bit about security now. And this exemplifies what Professor Joseph Nye meant when he first coined the term soft power in the late 1980s. Defines it as, I quote, the ability to shape the preference of others through appeal and attraction, the currency of soft power in culture, political values, and foreign politics. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in stark contrast, what is happening now talking about North Korea, North Korea is rather dark, exceedingly negative, and ultimately tragic. North Korea and its leadership are almost singularly focused on the development of the weapons of mass destruction, WMD program. This takes the form of increasingly brazen ballistic missile tests, nuclear tests, and other various provocations that jeopardize peace and security not only on the Korean Peninsula, but regionally and globally as well. And North Korea has carried out such provocations, including 16 missile tests in 2022 alone, this year alone, in flagrant violations of numerous United Nations Security Council resolutions, as well as the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of the Nuclear Weapons, NPT regime. At the same time, the North Korean regime does not care about the long-suffering North Koreans' well-being and basic human rights, or their country's inhibited socio-economic development. Indeed, instead, they accumulate horrendous arms and power their limited national resources into the development of such dangerous military technologies. And this is all the more appalling, considering North Korea's long history of food insecurity and malnutrition, which disproportionately impacts the most vulnerable groups, including children and elderly people. Indeed, in its March 2022 report submitted to the Human Rights Council of the United Nations, the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the DPRK, Mr. Ohea Quintana, wrote that there are, I quote, serious concerns that segments of the population, especially vulnerable populations, may be facing hunger and starvation, unquote. I take this opportunity to convey my deepest concerns over last week's report that Pyongyang is currently battling on Omicron outbreak and has instituted a further tightened lockdown. Considering that North Korea's leadership has turned down vaccines offered by the Republic of Korea, as well as international community, and remains one of the only 2 countries in the world who have not undertaken a COVID-19 vaccination campaign. This serious outbreak has the potential to cause vast suffering. Do you know which one other country which has not ever vaccinated their own people in addition to North Korea? That's Eritrea. Eritrea. That's a very small and African country. I commend the President Yoon Suk-yeol, newly installed, his offer of immediate and unconditional humanitarian support, including emergency assistance to combat COVID-19. And I urge the North Korean leadership to take into serious consideration the human toll the Omicron virus has wreaked on other vaccinated Asian cities, including Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Seoul. On a personal note, North Korea's singular pursuit of hard power has cast a dark shadow across my life and career. I grew up, as you are very well aware, during a time when the embers still burnt from the Korean War. As a child of war, I saw the total destruction it caused firsthand and felt the stunted development it wrought on the divided peninsula. As a Korean foreign minister and the Secretary General of the United Nations, I have worked tirelessly in pursuit of denuclearization, human rights, peace and security on the Korean Peninsula throughout my long career of almost 50 years, in fact, including my 10 years of service at the United Nations. In the early 1990s, I served as a vice chairman of the South-North Joint Nuclear Control Commission, known as JNCC, and took part in negotiations with North Korean representatives leading up to the agreement and joint declaration on the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula of 1991. I'm still very proud that I was one of the first negotiators. I was one of the 5 negotiators, which led to this very famous joint declaration of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. As a foreign minister, I led sustained diplomatic efforts during the process of adopting joint statement during the 4th round of the 6-party talks in 2005. And as UN Secretary General, I emphasized on a number of occasions the importance of focusing on North Korean issues, including denuclearization and human rights. As Secretary General, I also pursued opportunities to visit the country, North Korea, on 3 occasions. All the times, without any reasons, North Korean government has canceled without any explanations. So it's been over 30 years since the last Secretary General has paid a visit to North Korea during the time of that's my predecessor, Egyptian Secretary General. As a Secretary General, I also really tried my best efforts to diffuse all this tension between South and North Korea. But all this, my efforts as Secretary General, has been blocked by North Koreans. As a result of this deep personal and professional focus on North Korean issues, and in spite of many challenges and frustrations I faced, I have never stopped believing that sustainable peace and denuclearization is eventually possible. But at the same time, we must recall the wisdom of the maxim that says, hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students and faculty, today, North Korea is a country which solely possesses hard power, while at the same time, it suffocates the creativity, innovation, and culture of its own people through systemic repression, state control, and censorship. The Republic of Korea, meanwhile, is a global soft power, pace setter, but also is prepared to wield hard power when necessary. In this regard, I believe it is rather apt to compare North Korea to a heavy cast iron, which seems very strong and robust, but could in fact be broken as a result of even a small fracture inside. This may be the case when North Korea is now facing. Conversely, I believe the Republic of Korea is more like a stem of bamboo, the inner part of which is decidedly hollow, but offers significantly more resilience, flexibility against both internal and external shocks. But hard power and soft power are not the only two paths. What then should the most desirable future for a country in today's world of increasing uncertainty and inherently global challenges be? I'm of the view that it is most adventurous to fuse a unique combination of both hard and soft power into a forward-thinking national identity of smart power. And one of the important strategies for a country to be a smart power is to combine and ultimately transcend hard power and soft power-related attributes and characteristics. To do so, I believe a truly advanced country should strive to amalgamate military preparedness, economic strength, cultural prowess, technological innovation, multilateral leadership, environmental protection, elevated official development assistance, and global citizens. And here lies the guiding importance of global citizenship. Global citizens possess compassion towards and take care of others. They are not selfish, but demonstrate respect for other humans and planet. They collaborate and innovate across borders. They build bridges rather than erect walls. They work for a better world, one where our collective future is a peaceful, sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous. As such, I have been encouraging global citizenship as a driving vision for all. Ultimately, the bright future of Korea, one dynamic enough to assume greater leadership in an uncertain and multipolar world, should be to ensure that it further advances into a smart power country. And the best way to achieve this is to educate our future generations to help them live in both harmony and peace with the other human beings, irrespective of their nationality. And I'm confident that insights shared at the Stanford University Korea Program 20th Anniversary Conference can help fulfill this vision and further fortify the alliance. Indeed, the US and ROC alliance is not limited to the military or hard power spheres. Rather, our people-to-people, economic, academic, and cross-cultural connections have been integral in the success of our enduring relationship. In an uncertain future, I'm certain that Korea's ascension into a smart power can advance a common destiny for all, one rooted in peace, sustainability, and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude my remarks by wishing Stanford University continued success and prosperity in the future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please take a seat.
Mr. Ban has graciously agreed to take 2 questions, only 2, and I'm going to give priority to our students. Okay, so any question, please come to the microphone, and then take only 2. So once again, say who you are, then ask a question, not lecture, okay?
International Relations and doing a master's degree in communication. I wanted to ask you, for college students and students who are currently still at school and not able to engage full-time in activism, what do you think is the best way we can contribute to your vision of a sustainable and prosperous balance between North and South Korea and also international relations in general?
I think your question should not limit to South Korea, but I'd like to say in general, since you are a young student aspiring to become a global citizen, as a former Secretary General and while working as a Secretary General, I have been really emphasizing the importance of people, particularly leaders, to have empathy, of course, passion, but at the same time, compassion. This is what I have been trying to empower young people as future global leaders. Then you have to have global citizens. When I was a young boy, 18 years old, I was really inspired by President John F. Kennedy. In 1962, when the Cold War was at the height of this, and people were not speaking each other. But at that time, strangely enough, President Kennedy told us, to a group of young people, well, the politicians are not talking each other, but you young people can do much better. The national boundaries do not mean much. There are no boundaries. There were boundaries, much heightened and strong boundaries. But he said that the question was whether you are ready to extend your helping hand. What does that mean by helping hand. Helping hand meant some compassion and support and humanity. That really inspired me. At that time, even though I was very young, without knowing anything about international politics, I thought somehow I should become a diplomat. Just make sure that my country would do better. I never thought about being Secretary General at that time. If I say so, that was a lie. That would be a lie. In any way, as I grew up, later I thought about what could I do for the global peace and global security. That was my vision. Now, just asking to your question, I think, first of all, it is very important that young people should have a good quality education. But education should not limit it to just delivering the knowledge. You can get all this knowledge from all different sources. It's very easy. You may not need even support from professors. You can check all these Googles, etc. How to get quality education means that young people, while you should be very ambitious, but you should be combining your quality as, I think, with a passion and compassion. But normally young people would have only passion, unlimited passion. You want to do everything. But if you are not, if your passion is not matched and balanced with compassion, empathy for others, then you may not be able to know where you are going. So that is my message to you, that try to be a global citizen. Then why I'm talking about global citizen? It's very hard to find the global leaders in this world. I have met almost all the leaders around the world, except North Korean leader. Then I have seen very few leaders who were truly a global leaders with the global citizens, minding and caring for all the problems around the world. At best, most of the leaders, they are national leaders. What we need at this time is not national leaders. We need global leaders. I think you can become global leaders through good quality education at Stanford. Thank you very much.
Last question, yeah.
Hello, I'm Sun Na-young, and I'm from Gyeonggi-do, Namyeongju, South Korea. And my question might be a bit disappointing because I'm a student, and as a Korean citizen who grew up in Korea, I always have this conflict in between, do I express my 애국심, like in terms of by shining the name, Korea, and like participating as a global citizens to the global world, and trying, and like express my 애국심, or do I focus on like the issues within Korea and like try to address those issues first before I become like a global citizen and act on the global stage? And what was your personal experience of like going through this conflict, and what would be your message to the younger generations from Korea like facing this conflict?
Now you just say in Korean 애국심, there's a patriotism. I think you should have patriotism. I think everybody, Americans may have, they have a patriotism for Americans. Again, I think your question is almost similar to the previous questions. Now, at this time, again, dear young students, I think you should have global vision, global vision. Just look beyond this United States, beyond Stanford. Beyond Stanford. That will be very important. And then there may be, in addition to what you may do outside of the curriculum activities, you may think about what you can do for others. Just try to visit some African countries. You will really be humbled. by what you will see. I have been, while I really try to maintain my, position, always quiet, but my heart was aching, hearts are broken all the times by what I have seen. But I had a limited, Secretary General didn't have much superpower. Without support from the United States, particularly, the UN could not function properly without financial and political support, and European Union support, etc. So what is almost, is apt for you, is apt to be having some limited vision, you are limited to see what's happening around the world. I've not been to Ukraine recently, but I have been visiting all these Eastern European countries, and particularly very poor developing countries. Then they try to do, but they do not have capacity, they do not have resources. This is what global powers like the United States and European Union, now Koreans, they should do much, much more, provide what is known as official development assistance. Now, US has been the biggest donor country, but they have a limitation. You cannot expect the United States can do all. European Union, and now as one of the fast developed country like Korea, I think they should do much more. So maybe since there are many Korean students here, you may speak out to Korean political leaders that please do much, much more than what you are doing. This is what I expect this new government should really broaden their visions beyond the Korean territory. Yeah. Because the questions are almost similar, maybe some other question, just one more question. Yeah.
Any burning question, just rush to the mic.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Chong. I'm a senior studying political science
Speak
here.
closer to the mic.
Yeah. Can you hear me? So I was just wondering, you said that it's very important to be a global leader. So I was wondering, what can we do after graduation? I know it's a similar question, but what can we do after graduation to really cultivate our leadership, particularly after our Stanford education?
I think your question is almost similar.
Anyone has different question? So maybe voice may be different, right?
Hi, I'm Tyler Ho. I'm a Frosh at Stanford University.
Just speak to the microphone without.
Yes. And my question was, what are the developed countries' obligations to these developing countries? And at what point is it too much? Or what are the restrictions that we should hold our countries up to?
Now, the United Nations has a very good program and visions already announced during my time. I am proud to have prioritized to declare and present to the world the Sustainable Development Goals and also Paris Climate Change Agreement. I think during this over 70 years history of the United Nations, I think these Sustainable Development Goals are by far the most ambitious, most practical, and most future-oriented visions. That includes Paris Climate Change Agreement. The badge I'm wearing all the times represent all 17 visions, 17 goals. Now, we have more than 200 countries. You are saying from one country to another country. Depending upon where you live, the conditions may be very different, and economic power may be very different. There are OECD countries, about 30 OECD countries. They are well-to-do countries, including United States, European Union, South Korea, Japan, etc., etc. But the world is not only for them. There are so many people around the world, 8 billion people. They should be able to live peacefully without any shortage of their needs. The vision of the United Nations is that by 2030, there should be no one who should suffer from abject poverty. Abject poverty. I'm not talking about from this country and other countries, but I don't know whether it will be possible to do that because of all this unexpected crisis happening now. Then by 2030, there should be no one who should die from preventable diseases. There are still some diseases whose reason has not been identified by medicine science. But at least from preventable diseases, one should not die. Not a single person should die from this one in 21st century. Then when it comes to education, there should be nobody who should be left out of school, at least middle school, at least middle school. These are quite ambitious vision, but as far as of today, I'm afraid that this may not be able to be achieved. But you should think that you are very lucky persons. You are very lucky person. But you should not take it for granted. The privileges and opportunities you are enjoying should not be taken for granted. You should appreciate it, and you should do much more for other people, other countries. So there should be some much bigger size of support for developing countries. This is the moral and political duty for OECD countries. And I really count on the United States to really lead and show much greater global leadership, not only on hard power, but on softer power too. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Secretary General, for such a moving speech and insightful advice. As I mentioned, we will be launching Trans-Pacific Dialogue on SDGs, and there will be a component for youth engagement. So we'll be announcing more detail in a month, and then we'll be recruiting some Stanford students and also those from Asia. So, look at our website, and then you can apply, and your travel expense will be covered also, and then you'll have a chance to talk about SDG with Mr. Ban and other leaders. So thanks again, General McMaster and Secretary General. So hopefully you can come back to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Korea program 10 years later. Once again, thank you so much. I will take a break, then come back 2 o'clock for a panel on K-pop. Okay, so.
So everyone, please take your belongings with you. We need to empty out the room, except VIPs. VIPs can stay here. Other than that, everyone needs to leave the room with their belongings. Thank you so much.
연동이 돼 있어서 이게 이 자료거든요.
그렇죠.
이게 이 자료인데 이게 지금 어댑터가 이게 아마 분배가 됐을 거예요. 여기가 보면은
welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. My name is Michelle Cho. I am not Professor Zur, but I am filling in for her because unfortunately she couldn't be here. Although I'm told she's watching online, so she's here with us. Thank you for coming to our panel. We are following up, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon's wonderful speech. But our panel today on the Korean Wave features Suho, as you all know. So I'm going to go through the bios of the panelists for today first. And so Suho debuted as a member of K-pop group EXO in 2012, and since has gained global popularity with his distinctive vocals and powerful performances. In addition to EXO's remarkable success with chart-topping million-seller albums, world tours, and a historic performance at the 2018 Winter Olympics closing ceremony, Suho has established himself as an acclaimed solo artist, beginning with his 2020 debut solo EP, Self-Portrait. He recently released its follow-up, Gray Suit, receiving praise for his unique vocal charms and musical sensibility. Suho has also proven his versatile talents as an actor with roles in Korean movies One Way Trip and Student A, drama series Rich Man and Star of the Universe, and musicals The Man Who Laughs and The Last Kiss. Our next panelist is Angela Killeran. Angela is CEO of CJ E&M America and also head of Global for the parent company. Since 1995, CJ E&M has been leading Korean entertainment in film, television, music, and other areas. CJ has produced or has distributed globally acclaimed content, including Oscar-winning film Parasite, Tony-winning musical Moulin Rouge, record-breaking Korean box office hits Extreme Job, Ode to My Father, along with popular television series Crash Landing on You, Vincenzo, and unscripted formats I Can See Your Voice, and many more. CJ E&M presents KCON, the world's premier K-culture festival, and the Mnet Asian Music Awards, or MAMA, Asia's biggest music awards. Our next panelist is Marcy Kwon. Marcy is Assistant Professor of Art History at Stanford University and co-director of the Cantor Art Center's Asian American Art Initiative. At Stanford, she's a faculty affiliate of Modern Thought and Literature, the Center for Comparative Studies in Race and Ethnicity, Asian American Studies, and Feminist and Gender Studies. She's the author of Enchantments, Joseph Cornell and American Modernism, and her work has appeared in Third Text, Modernism/Modernity print, Panorama, Journal of the Association of Historians of American Art, and edited volumes on social art history, self-taught art, race and representation, and the early history of the Museum of Modern Art. I also have one more person, very important to introduce to you, Raymond Ha, who will be providing interpretation for us today. Raymond Ha is a freelance interpreter and translator who has previously translated essays on South Korea's domestic politics for the Korea program at Shorenstein A-Park. He is also the Director of Operations and Research at the Washington, D.C.-based Committee for Human Rights in North Korea. He has a BA in politics from Princeton University and an MA in political science from Stanford University, and he'll be with us for a few more panels at our event. So welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. So just to tell you a little bit about format, we're going to have each of our presenters speak for several minutes. And we will also engage in some conversation, and then we will open up for Q&A. Our panel is from 2 to 3:30, so we're going to see how well we can manage time. But our first speaker for today is Suho. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for introducing me. I'm nervous. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Suho, and I'm from the K-pop group EXO. It's an honor to meet the professors, students, and members of the Stanford community. What sound is? And they're watching online too. Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. And there are people watching online too. Hi, guys. I'm so excited to be here, but also very nervous. My English is not perfect, so I apologize in advance in case I make a mistake. Okay. I will try my best. Does anyone here know what suho means in Korean? Wow. 이수환 선생님 gave me this stage name. By the way, in my company, we address Mr. 수만리 선생님, meaning teacher. 수호 means what? To guard. Yeah, right. So anyway, you could say I'm the leader who guards EXO. Today, I'm here as the guardian of EXO and K-pop. Today, I want to talk about my understanding of Hallyu and K-pop that I have felt and seen in the past 10 years, directly up close. Before I begin my story, perhaps these video clips might brighten up your day. Let's watch it together. How was it? Wasn't it great? Thank you. What you just saw was possible because of the fans around the world who support EXO. I'm always grateful for their love and support. It's been 10 years since I became a part of EXO, member of EXO, you know? It's been 10 years, right? Yeah. As you know, we have been communicating with our fans through countless songs and performances. Growl, Overdose, Call Me Baby, Monster, Love Shot, Tempo. What's your favorite song? Love Shot? Right. Grace? Thank you. Since 2014, EXO has performed 133 shows in 76 cities around the world during 5 global tours. We have been to here, the United States, Canada, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, Japan, China, and many other beautiful countries. And every single time we perform, it hits me. Hallyu has no borders. My favorite moment during these world tours is meeting our fans at the airport as soon as we land. Such a passionate welcome by our fans make long flight hours worth it. It always touches my heart. And at the concerts, fans will sing along throughout the entire concert in Korean language. In countries like Mexico, Chile, places far from Korea, so difficult to visit often, they would hold the banners in Korean language and sing along in Korean. It's just mind-blowing. Every time I witness such a scene, I thought to myself, so this is Hallyu. Do I feel the power of Hallyu only on stage? No. I feel it every day. Here's an example. Dance covers uploaded onto social media, like YouTube or TikTok. I watch them all the time. Every day, every night. Singing and dancing to our music. These shared video clips are proof that Hallyu is not just a content to be seen by people. It's for all to enjoy together, participate, expand. And as our 선생님 has said, it is now a recreatable tool. For me, the most shocking thing watching these covers were the details. Not just the dance moves. They replicate our outfits, shoes, hairstyles, and guess what? Even my facial expressions and subtle gestures like this. Anyway, the important lesson I learned is that my habits or expressions that I have or make without realizing can influence many people. I'm honored by this love and attention, but all of this comes with a responsibility. My on-stage and even off-stage, things I do, or even words I say, has an impact. Once that truly got into my head, I began to feel the weight of it and learned to take responsibility. There are many reasons why K-pop took off as the center of Hallyu, but for me, this is the reason why we are loved. Yes, communication. The clips are from when I met fans in Korea and around the world. It was part of my recent new album promotions, and there were also surprise live interactions online. Not just EXO, but all K-pop artists make extra efforts to communicate with their fans continuously. We communicate through live video calls with both Korean and foreign fans. We try to share stories with our fans, all to become a team. These experiences eventually create a strong bond between me and the fans. Years of communicative efforts are also a critical part of us, especially when we train together to dance. is famous for gunmu, perfectly synchronized dance moves. It's a result of hours and hours of practice and passion. As you can see, all of our choreographies are very challenging. So don't tell 선생님. I sometimes wanted to run away. I still have nightmare about it. Jokes aside. This can only happen when there is synergy from that bond we share. In this bond, of course, fans are included too. Our EXO fandom name. Anyone know what it's called? XOL? And then Eddie? Yeah, right. Do you happen to know what L means? Yeah, this is Stanford. Yeah. It's a short for EXO Love. EXO is a group put together by joining EXO-K and EXO-M. Now, in the alphabet order, what comes between K and M? Yes, Stanford. When EXO and EXO-L, EXO could only be complete when EXO and EXO-L become one together. We consider our fans as an important part of EXO, not just a fan from a distance. Yeah. I'm always be with you. I believe this sense of community connected K-pop artists and K-pop fans together into a strong bonded team. So when I hear fan stories like, I started trying and liking Korean food because of EXO. I came to Korea to study and live here because of EXO. I'm so grateful for those who love Korean culture because of EXO. K-pop is now incredibly popular and beloved worldwide. TV dramas like Squid Game, movies like Parasite. What's your favorite? EXO is not a movie. Excited? Yeah, it's a good reality show. Yeah, right. They are gaining international attention and winning awards. And look at me. I never imagined that I'd be standing here to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Korean program at this prestigious Stanford University. Unbelievable. I want to end on a note that summarizes my understanding of Hallyu. I want to stress that Hallyu no longer stops at one specific art form. We are witnessing its expansion into our society in every angle. Music, dramas, movies, food, education, and more. K-culture is more than a passing trend. It's a global phenomenon that will continue to grow and evolve. EXO as a group, we always greet with our motto, we are one. EXO promises to continue our journey to bring the world together as one through music. And I truly hope that our music will resonate with you. Thank you for having me today. And we are one, EXO 사랑하자.
Amazing. So we're going to move on to our next speaker.
Sure.
Angela, take it away.
It's a difficult act to follow up. I'm here today, as you nicely introduced me, on basically representing CJ, E&M. And I'm in many rooms like this, kind of representing all facets of Korean entertainment. But today we're here to talk more about on the K-pop side. I have 2 videos, and I think you get a sense, obviously, of EXO. We do KCON in the US, and I just wanted to, there's some video from the last time we did KCON and what that means to us. And then a video that's not ours, but I think is very enlightening. I mean, it's a great example of how global K-pop has gotten. So if we could show those videos first. Somebody has a clicker. You just have to advance it. Green. KCON 2020, we weren't able to have it, but we're having it this year. So that was all the different acts that we had across KCON in Los Angeles and New York. And a lot of those groups, I think, groups that have gone on to become much bigger, we've seen over the last 10 years that their first stage is at KCON. And that's really our main focus, is on fans and introducing fans to give them their first in-person experience of idols that they've seen on YouTube or they've seen on television and they really want to discover, and to grow their fandom here in the US. But speaking of fandom, K-pop fandom is really all over the world. And there's this, I just have to show this video, you'll get it. No, and it's a great example. I have nothing to do with Pepsi. I have nothing to do with any of those kids. But when we saw that video, that was not your average fan tribute video. That was a major international conglomerate saying in a market in Chile, how are we going to sell Pepsi, Cola in this market? We're going to lean into the K-pop trend. And if imitation is the greatest form of flattery, they went through the trouble of casting, training, dancing, making an entire song. And you saw that they were singing in Korean. And I was actually waiting for the part. There's a version of it where they do that thing that's really great about K-pop, where you have Korean and English, and in their case, they even mix in Spanish too, and they bring it all together. And so, in the earlier session, I think when Secretary General Moon Pan was talking about the need to be global citizens, and that we should all aspire to be global citizens, I think from the very beginning, what we've seen is that K-pop fandom is almost an embodiment of that. It's people looking beyond their own culture, and they're wanting to discover new frontiers, new communities. Initially, these communities were very much bonded only online, and only much more recently has it been much more in person as people have grown in numbers. And so that's been an amazing thing to see. But just going back a little bit, I mean, does K-pop include, is it just about pop music? I don't think so. I think it encompasses the larger area of kind of Korean popular entertainment. And I've been really lucky at CJ to be part of each different segment of that. And so being able to work on Parasite and that campaign for really driving towards this becoming the first time a Korean film had ever been recognized in any sort of way at the Academy Awards. I think, and this is just a completely personal, this is not a statistical fact, if director Bong had not made Snowpiercer before that, would Parasite have been able to go through. I'm not sure. I mean, Snowpiercer, for those who don't know, it was his English language movie. It starred Chris Evans, Tilda Swinton, and when you saw it on screen, everything in front of the screen looked like a Hollywood movie, and behind that was a completely Korean producers, directors, DP, everything. And it was kind of this throwing down the gauntlet and saying, look, just because we are Korean doesn't mean we don't know how to be global. Everybody can tell global stories. And Parasite then goes back and becomes a very, very Korean story and wins all the awards. But everybody always says, oh, it feels so Korean and yet so universal at the same time. And I think K-pop does that. Korean dramas, I think you kindly introduced Crash Landing on You, Vincenzo. These shows that CJ has done, we've been working on, we were the first to actually license Korean dramas onto Netflix. So actually, and I represent the office here, we did like a really little deal 10, 12 years ago. Could you please take our movies and our TV shows? Well, how about 10 of each? We'll see how they do. Let's just see what happens. And we started off that way. And then later on with Studio Dragon becoming much more premium and investing much more in dramas, of course, it has just become much more widely seen. And so, in some ways, in the same way that KCON becomes like the first stage that people discover new artists and then they grow bigger, I think that the fact, in some ways, that Korean dramas have been widely distributed through Netflix then allows, if you've ever had the algorithm, you know that if you've seen a single Korean drama, it will always come back. They'll always suggest you something. Then you have something like Squid Game just really kind of, breaking out from that because you have created the groundwork for that. So Korean entertainment has been really great for that. But I also realize that I'm speaking to a room of experts. So as I said, usually I'm in mode, if I'm in a Hollywood room or mode of like, K-pop 101, like what is K-pop? This is not that room. But the question that I get asked in Korea and here, and it's something that we actually amongst ourselves constantly ask is, how did this happen? It's a very improbable situation, almost as improbable as, the economic miracle on the Han is the rise of all things Korean entertainment. And, nobody has a definitive answer to that, but I think that's just the quick, three-piece answer that I wanted to leave you with here today. Some of this is well known, and some of this is just, personal thought on that. First of all, there is this idea of what is the importance of culture in Korean society. And maybe I should back up a little bit, because people are like, what is this girl with an Irish name talking about Korean culture? My father's American, went to Korea in the 1950s as a Jesuit priest, and was part of the founding of Safran University. And then he met my mom, and then he decided not to be a Jesuit priest anymore. So, yeah, funny how life works out that way. So, they got married and they came to the US. And so my sister and I were born in the US. But then after a few years, they decided, we really want to go back to Korea. We want to be part of this dynamic country that's changing and growing. So I had the really great blessing of growing up in Korea from the time I was 3. And then I was in international school, and my mom was not pleased the fact that I couldn't speak Korean. Or she's like, you speak Korean, you seem to hear it, but you can't read and write it. This is not right. And so she just yanked me out, and she put me in Korean school, which was another gift, actually. The Korean parent thing is real. Later on, you're very grateful. And it has kind of set my path. So from this perspective of sometimes I'm a secret Korean and sometimes I'm a secret American in a room, because Korean people think I'm probably not Korean, and vice versa in the US often. But you have this great perspective on both cultures. And Korea, in the way that I grew up as a hybrid, has, from its colonial history, is a country that almost lost its culture. You lost your right to your own name, the way of traditional dress, and you see how very close it could have been to losing that. And so to regain that is an incredibly precious thing to hold on to. And then at the same time, you have this incredibly strong US military presence. So, you know, when I was growing up, I could watch all the American TV shows because there was the American Forces Korea Television Network, AFKN. And I think a lot of filmmakers, people who are, you know, older, they learned English that way. They saw the American shows. There was a very wide recognition and understanding of American culture. Then you had also GIs there. They're young kids, right? Kids in the military. They're listening to music. They're bringing in, Korea has a really strong hip hop scene as well. And I do not think that that would exist without the strong Korean, the US military presence in Korea. And so these coexist side by side, this very homogenous country with a very strong culture, but also this very vibrant and very accessible, pre-internet, very accessible American culture that sits right there. So you have people who grow up with a facility with different ways of, whether it's pop music or filmmaking or television, that's more global, I think, than in many other countries. So that's the part that's known. The other part, the secret ingredient, and this is just really only my personal perspective, and I'm embarrassed to say this sitting in a university where somebody else should be studying it, but what is it that Korean entertainment has brought? It's actually, I think, the greatest example of providing something to the market that doesn't exist, and it's what I call kind of female gaze entertainment. You know, Hollywood shows, film, television, music, in almost every other culture is very male gaze driven. It's all about, you know, how sexy are the girls, like, you know, how bad boy am I, that sort of thing. And I often have talked to fans of K-pop and Korean dramas, and it's the same. It's like, oh, I love it because it's, you know, it rekindles a sense of romance. It's something that feels different than all the other entertainment that I have. So is it less weird that Korean entertainment served this purpose around the world, or the fact that nobody else thought to make content for female audiences, especially for younger female audiences, and Korea was able to do that? Now, is that weird for a country that's traditionally affiliated with, you know, more conservative, potentially male chauvinist society? Well, in that case, you can, again, my slightly theory, not proven, is that it also has to do with money, right? Advertising in Korea is driven and oriented to gaining female, not dollars, won, right? In the US or in many other countries, the most valuable audience that you can buy through advertising is a younger male audience, 18 to 34. That's your sweet spot. You know, everybody probably knows the fact that CBS is the biggest network, but does not command the highest ad rates because they have an older population. It's ESPN, whoever has really younger male, they're the ones getting the dollars, they're the ones getting the big contracts, and so then it's not hard to figure out that you have a lot of entertainment heading that way. In Korea, tradition says, you know, anbang, like women control the power of the purse. And a lot, you know, like I work in a big Korean company with salarymen, and it's not a myth. Their wives have the accounts. they don't have the money. And so Korean economy, in many ways, the consumer side of it has been driven by women buying. And then it makes sense that you would have television oriented to that. And as time has gone on, it's also gotten younger, so it's appealing more to younger women. So I don't think it's any mystery that I'm looking out at more than my normal 80% female. Korean entertainment, I think, is uniquely qualified to have this global impact because you have, often in a drama, you'll have a spunky Korean woman lead. I mean, even from like 2000, My Lovely Samsun, which I think people remember, right? When it came out, people were like, why? She's not pretty, she's whatever. It was a huge hit. And like 2 beautiful men fighting over her. You have more recently things like Goblin or Guardian, Dokgebi, you know, Lily got, again, a very like kind of normal, everyday girl being fought over by the gods, actually. And so I think that there's that. And it's a really good thing that Korean entertainment has kind of created this place in the world. And that may be a bit of its secret to success, but also the incredible global orientation of people like Isman 선생님 and EXO have made it all possible too. And it's so funny, you started in EXO 10 years ago. KCON's first year was in 2012, and actually we were so small at that time, we featured EXO-M, and they were like the biggest. It was really cool. And so I've had a soft spot in my heart ever since for EXO, even though you were not there. So. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that perspective. It's so helpful. So, Dr. Kwon?
Yeah, so first of all, it's just a real honor to be here. Thank you, all of you, for coming out. It's already, the most fun academic conference I've ever been to. So to begin, I want to acknowledge that Stanford sits on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe, which is currently seeking federal recognition. Of course, Koreans know firsthand the violence of colonization, and it is incumbent upon us to remember that wherever we walk in the Americas, we walk on occupied indigenous land. I also want to say that I'm a scholar of art history and Asian American studies. Rather than Korean or East Asian studies, Michelle is actually the real expert on K-pop, and I will say I've learned a ton from her articles. I would absolutely recommend you take a look. So because of this, my comments today are intended as personal reflections on my own experiences of K-pop. And specifically, I am so sorry EXO-L's BTS. So in September 2021, I received an invitation to record a podcast about the mid-century Japanese-American sculptor Isamu Noguchi. At this point, the pandemic had already settled into routine, so I gave little thought about logging into a Zoom call with Asian women located in Canada, Singapore, and Japan, a cross-continental conversation that would have been unthinkable in pre-pandemic times. My camera was turned off, so when I first appeared on screen, rather than my face, my co-panelists saw a Zoom icon of 7 Korean men clad in eye-searing sherbet satin. I am not exaggerating when I say that as soon as the picture appeared, everyone on the call squealed. It took us at least 15 minutes to get back to the topic at hand, which the organizer described as, quote, ideas of connectedness across time and space, hybridity, and transnational global/Asian solidarity. But of course, we had just been talking about this. So this story speaks to K-pop's oft-discussed ability to create a global community of fans. And anecdotally, it speaks to the fact that roughly 100% of the Asian women professors I know got into K-pop during the pandemic. Was this swell of interest in K-pop during the past 2 years just mindless escapism, a way to fill the days with synchronized dancing and sparkly outfits? Perhaps, but the growing interest in K-pop among women of color in particular speaks to me of something more profound, a desire for solidarity grounded in a shared sense of joy rather than a shared sense of oppression. So to clarify this point, I requires a brief, very brief, I promise, history lesson into the origins of the term Asian American. So the term Asian American was invented in 1968 in the Bay Area by anti-war, anti-colonial student protesters under the banner of the Third World Liberation Front. So to clarify, this is not to say that there were no Asian Americans in America before '68, it's just that the term was invented. So despite the vastly different experiences of, for example, Japanese, Chinese, Filipino, and Korean Americans, we are often grouped together in the way we are treated, stereotyped, and excluded by normative white American culture, which cannot tell us apart. In other words, the term Asian American names two things: solidarity among Asians living in the States in particular, and a shared experience of being treated as other by mainstream American society. For many Asian American women, K-pop offers a chance to bond over something we love rather than how we are treated. So this really speaks to what Angela was talking about as well. So I don't think it is a coincidence that the Korean wave, at least in the States, has taken place against the backdrop of growing economic inequality, a seemingly unsolvable climate crisis, and the resurgence of far-right nationalism, white supremacy, and anti-Black and anti-Asian violence. Like many, I found K-pop during the pandemic at a moment of uncertainty, low morale, and seemingly interminable amounts of inside time. So although my sister, hi Casey, had previously introduced me to second generation groups like Girls' Generation, Shiny, and 21, I did not allow myself to get pulled in until I heard Dynamite on the radio and was shocked to realize it was by BTS. So Dynamite debuted in the US charts on September 5th, 2020, just 2 months before the US presidential election. And although I did not realize it at the time, K-pop gave me something else to look at on the internet, aside from the election, which quite literally felt like a matter of life and death for people of color. When I see K-pop's success in the US, I can't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction that these Asian men and women are beating America at our own game. In a country where Asian languages and bodies are still considered interchangeable and foreign, there is something delicious about seeing the meteoric rise of Korean culture and the way it destabilizes America's sense of its own specialness. K-pop fans also know something about being stereotyped. They're often dismissed as brainwashed female consumers driven by delusional superficiality. And this stereotype is driven by a heteropatriarchal fear of female feelings and desire. So for me, being into K-pop sometimes feels like a small way of refusing to play by the rules of misogyny. So this is not to say that K-pop can solve all of the world's problems. Purchasing an album is an act of consumption, not resistance. But I can't deny that it feels nice to have these cracks in the suffocating norms of American culture, even if I am aware that K-pop itself can create and enforce these norms as well. So K-pop builds an encompassing world populated by glamorous stars, fantastical aesthetics, and perfect pop music. And the music really is amazing. When I first entered this world, I felt like Alice in Wonderland, alternately dazzled and unsettled by K-pop's lush visuals and sonic landscapes and intricate fandom lore and customs. This is a world that demands to be experienced with others, and this, I think, is the core, at least for me, of K-pop's draw. To explore this world with my friends, my sister, my mom, allows us to bond over shared experiences of delight, pleasure, and joy, to giggle over videos or dance at concerts. The pandemic has shown us just how fragile and precious these experiences can be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is such a great panel already. So we do have a good amount of time for Q&A. I am going to take the moderator prerogative and get us started and ask the first question. In the meantime, if you have a question and you can come up to the mics and maybe line up and see what happens, we can kind of have a structure of sorts like that. So, okay, great. Okay, excellent. So I actually want to start off with a question for Suho, and others can chime in too if you have thoughts on the panel. But I'm really interested, so in your talk, you mentioned that Hallyu is more than a trend. It's no longer limited to one genre. It's, this various types of content. But can you tell us a little bit about what else is happening in the content industry? So what is the next kind of frontier for K-pop, for Hallyu? If it's, music, television, and film, I know there's more, yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about that? What are you most excited about?
I think with the growth of the metaverse, I'm hoping that Korean content will continue to influence global culture in the borderless virtual space. And Gwangya? It's a place, virtual space of the SM town. So I think you'll be able to enjoy more soon.
Great. Excellent. Do either of you want to comment on this kind of move into virtual spaces?
Well, I mean, it's great that Suho just mentioned metaverses. Metaverse, there's been a lot of areas where I think K-pop leads and others follow. I mean, these days it's really kind of commonplace to see people organize business and things around fandom. I think K-pop really showed the way on that because that was not a thing, right? It took, I don't know, how many, 20 years, 30 years for Marvel to come out of something like a Comic-Con and say, oh, having fandom around comic books can be a thing. But nobody else saw that either. And then, but we really organized very quickly around fandom. And metaverse is actually just an extension of that. The only successful metaverses will be around passion, communities of passion, and people who have a heart for something. And so K-pop is really perfect. And then, just speaking of this virtual space, there's all the existing types of media, right? The very traditional ones. But there's a huge amount, you always need original IP and original ideas and creativity that comes out. And the fact that Korea leads in Webtoon and all of that IP, which we've seen already made into television and films, I think that's part of why we do believe that this will keep going. Because there's always new energy coming into the mix and supported by fandom.
I want to hear from all of you.
Yes, we have, so many people. Okay, great. So we are going to start to take questions. We have an interpreter who may have to come in. So this is going to go a little slow. I apologize in advance if we don't get to everybody. But yeah, why don't we start on this side and we'll kind of alternate. So go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yubin. I'm a sophomore at Stanford. Stanford 2학년 재학 중인 지유빈이라고 합니다. I actually wrote my Common App on EXO. 스탠포드 데이비스에 EXO에 대해 썼었는데 여기서 이렇게 학생으로 이렇게 학교에서 만나뵙게 돼서 정말 영광이고. And the question I wanted to ask is, how do you, all the panelists, feel about non-Korean or even non-Asian people trading in Korea to become K-pop idols? 한국인이 아닌 다른 외국에서 온 연습생들이 이렇게 K-pop 스타가 되려고 트레이닝하는 걸 보면 어떤 느낌이 드시는지 궁금합니다.
Thank you. Thank you for doing your own translation.
I think it's really hard to explain even in Korean, so I need some translation. 정말 어려운데 설명하기. 한국인이 아닌 외국인들이 한국인들과 함께 혹은 외국인들끼리 이렇게 K-팝을 하는 것은 정말 되게 좋은 영향이라고 생각합니다.
It's very hard to explain, but I would say that it's a good influence when non-Koreans come to Korea and engage in K-pop on their own or with Koreans? I think overall it's a very good phenomenon.
한국인이 아닌 다른 나라 친구들이 함께 K-팝을 함으로써 좀 전 세계에 더 K-팝을 많이 알릴 수 있고, 그리고 사실 음악으로 좀 우리가 하나됨을 좀 더 표현할 수 있어서 저는 되게 의미 있고 앞으로도 계속 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
So when people from other countries outside Korea come to Korea and engage in K-pop, I think this further provides an opportunity to spread K-pop around the world even further. And I think it's very meaningful in the sense that it provides an opportunity for people from different countries to come together in music, and I think that's very meaningful.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nolly. I'm a third-year undergrad student at Stanford studying computer science.
No. Oh yeah.
Hello? Okay. Given the Hallyu wave and the growing popularity of K-pop in the West, specifically the US, I think there's also been a phenomenon where many fans hold a misconception of South Korea as a pop music utopia. And K-pop and K-culture companies do tend to encourage and even sell that misconception. Do you think there's a point where that does more harm than good?
Since I'm here from a company, why don't I take that? I was speaking earlier about this kind of romanticized ideal, right? And so is that reality? No. Is it a contribution and a tonic and a counterweight to, like, I don't consider watching rap videos to be complete reality either. It's an alternative vision of what reality could be. And so I think there's also a lot more of a healthy discourse and a growing, there's just even in the quick KCON video, there's a diversity of genres and styles within K-pop formally, and then you have like shows like Show Me the Money, which brings up like new hip hop artists. So there's a lot of different artistry there. I think that the days of complete and strict image making are probably behind us. And it's just part of the natural progression of things. And part of that was probably as Korean entertainment made its first foray onto global stages, there's a tendency of Korea, you have to be the best host and the most perfect presentation of yourself, and everything has to be great because you're a country that originally had nothing, and are you qualified to be at the table? And so if it's a follow-on effect of that, I think that's understandable, and I think it's changing, but there's also a place for this kind of beautification of things. It's a good antidote to not great things that are happening in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add very quickly that, if you turn that question around and thought about it in terms of Hollywood, I think you could get your answer there, because I think it's a very similar phenomenon, similar situation, right? So, yeah. Does anyone else want to add something? Okay, we will move on.
Yeah.
All right.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Samantha James. I'm actually a doctoral candidate at the University of Texas at Austin, and an incoming Fulbright scholar to South Korea, so I'm very excited to be here. Thank you. And she actually took my question. So my second question, based on Angela, part of what you were saying was sort of the South Korean entertainment's ability to speak to the female gaze. Any of the panelists could answer this, but how does that change then with different cultural understandings of masculinity and femininity? Because it is different, I think, in South Korea versus in the West.
So, as I said, I'm not an academic, and I hesitated to even bring it up because it's been like a pet theory of mine. But if I look at the countries around the world where K-pop and Korean dramas are really popular, they do tend to be culturally more conservative countries. And I think it is, I was just in the Middle East, extraordinarily popular. Latin America, we saw the video, it's very, very popular. Yeah. Does that mean K-pop appeals to chauvinist countries? I don't think so. I think it talks about almost that the more conservative the country is, they really need this kind of countervailing balance to the type of entertainment. So we'll see how it changes. So far, you also hear a lot of how, more on the Korean drama side, it's very family relationship driven. So it's very relatable, right? Like a lot of American entertainment is not that, but every single one of us has a family. So why aren't we having more of those stories? Yeah, I mean, we're in a unique position right now where we just get to do, make movies and tell stories that we just think are good and not like who are we making it for and changing it for somebody else, but everybody seems to enjoy them and love them, and it's actually a blessing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, thank you for speaking with us today. My name is Yulim Kim, and I'm a graduate student here at Stanford. That was a perfect segue into my question, because I also wanted to latch on to what you said about the female gaze and how CJ in particular has capitalized, or the Korean entertainment industry has capitalized on this. On the flip side, a lot of countries in the Western world kind of see Korean culture due to the female fans. They see it and they don't take it seriously. And so I was wondering if CJ has encountered any obstacles due to this dismissive stance in the Western world, or have you leaned into it?
I would say that what we've done has leaned into it. I mean, honestly, the first year that we did KCON, if we back up a little bit about why we did it, we had a network in the US that we had just launched called Mnet America. And Mnet America was, to feature K-pop and all these things. And but we were given we bought a channel, but the channel did not, this is very media business. The channel did not have any sub fees. And if you don't make sub fees and you're a cable channel, you're going to be out of business very, very quickly. So we had to get advertisers. And no advertiser would believe that K-pop was not a Korean-only thing. They're like, why would anybody else watch K-pop? Like it doesn't make sense. And so we thought and thought and thought. We're like, why don't we do an event and show people and meet people? And there was a lot of reasons. We wanted to attract more attention to our channel. We wanted to create a community. I was saying to Michelle earlier, CJ at that time didn't have any artists, but what we thought we could have was a relationship with fans and bring all the artists to these fans. And so, it's completely not the real reason we did it, but with my ad sales team, it was like, we put on the first KCON for maybe 12 people. And it was advertisers so that they could actually see and believe that it was real because nobody took us seriously. And so you have to do a lot to get people's attention, and that job is getting easier and easier. But every day it's like, oh, who'd have thought that? Well, there's really great examples of, if you see K-pop from a really long time ago, you see that the ingredients are there. It didn't just come out of nowhere. And so it's great to have people be able to discover it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just would add too that the model of fan-artist mutuality that K-pop has had embedded in it since its beginnings is starting to be respected and observed by US culture industries. And so that's something I think that K-pop has really pioneered. Okay, I think maybe what we should do is, so that we can hear from a lot of you, is collect, maybe 4 questions, so kind of go back and forth a couple of times. Because I see the minutes ticking away, and I know that we're going to have trouble. So,
right. So hi, my name is Aditi Jain. I'm a senior at UCLA studying psychology and minoring in Korean language. So my question is that people could argue is that as K-pop becomes more globalized, it loses its inherent authentic Korean influence. So do you agree with this? And if not, what keeps K-pop's authentic Korean identity?
Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Vivian, and I'm a Stanford student third year studying East Asian Studies and International Relations. This is a question mainly for Angela, I think. You mentioned that Korea wanted to present an image that was more perfect on the international stage at first, but from my personal experience, it seems that East Asian and Korean fandom in particular has a lot higher expectation in terms of adherence to traditional beauty standards, conservative morality, political neutrality, and things like that. For example, international fans seem to want more humanness, tolerate more mistakes, etc., and want political involvement and social activism. So how does CJ in the US strategize to deal with that difference? And in addition to Professor Kwan, how did these differences that I just spoken of fit into the connectedness that you describe? Even though many Asian women can enjoy K-pop, they often enjoy it very differently. And how do we reconcile the differences, especially in the degree of progressiveness?
Hello, I'm Neha Vinjapuri. I'm a freshman at Stanford University studying computer science. And I know in 2015 you visited India, Suo, and you were trying to see how the Korean market and Korean entertainment industry could be further sort of introduced in different countries. And I was wondering if you saw any changes from 7 years ago to now, and if you think that there are other countries that you want to see more growth of Korean industry in.
Hello, my name is Christelle. I'm a freshman at Stanford from Bolivia. Today we've heard about the importance of being a global citizen. I believe this includes being welcoming of all cultures and celebrating diversity. Given the global reach of K-pop and Korea's beauty standards, what is the K-pop industry doing to become more welcoming of diversity and to celebrate it?
Thank you. So we have an array of questions. What is essentially Korean about K-pop if it's also very hybrid? We have a question about, the fact that Korean fans seem to hold K-pop idols to a very high standard, or Korean celebrities in general. And then questions about, the cultural dimensions of the kind of ideal aesthetics that you see in K-pop. And then, Korea, China, Korea, India, K-pop in India. So anyone can jump in. I tried to summarize the questions quickly.
I can start just so very briefly about the question of cultural authenticity. I would of course love to hear from the panelists, but as a scholar who thinks about race and ethnicity, cultural authenticity to me always raises some red flags, where I'm like, oh, are you just policing or assuming a kind of essential identity? At the same time, we see how this comes up with, I'm just going to go there, even though I know it's very sticky, with cultural appropriation. And I do not think that those concerns should be dismissed. I don't think that this question of trying to combat essentialized notions of a pure kind of Korean culture is necessarily opposed to kind of asking for recognition that is due and really in some ways capital, right, financial and I would say attention to the producers who originate content. So I would just say that those are the two dimensions that I think through. And in terms of kind of reconciling, your really excellent question about reconciling kind of different standards, I would say that's a question I live. It's really hard, and for me, I guess my bias might be as an art historian, but I am someone who I think that in the abstract these questions are very difficult to answer, because they're so, when they're distanced from something, you can just get into these arguments. But I'm someone who really cares about the cultural object. I'm going to get really academic here. This cultural theorist named Jacques Rancière called an object in common. It's like if you have something that mediates that question, there's actually some room there for opinion, for conversation, for dialogue. And so that's kind of what I was getting at maybe in my paper, which was thinking about K-pop as an object in common, not something that has inherent qualities, but has a kind of capaciousness that allows, that in fact mediates a lot of these conversations.
Any other thoughts on any of the questions that were asked? Would you like to go? Yeah.
일단 한국 K-팝의 좀 고유성, 아이덴티티가 좀 퇴색되는 게 아닌가라고 질문해 주셨는데 일단 저는 이제 한국에서 하는 한국인이 하면 K-팝이라고 생각해서 전혀 그런 걱정은 없다고 생각을 하고 그리고 계속해서 변화해 가고 또 예전 것을 또 취하면서 계속해서 변해 가는 게 K-팝의 앞으로 가야 할 방향성이 아닌가 싶습니다.
So there was a question about whether, as K-pop becomes more global, does it somehow lose its authentic Korean color? And the way that I look at it is that if it's pop music made by Koreans, it's K-pop, and I think it'll continue to evolve. It'll continue to change. We'll draw on previous elements, but that's essentially the way that I look at it.
물론 한국 전통의 악기라든가 소리를 함께 넣는 것도 되게 좋은 아이디어라고 생각하고요.
And I think it's a good idea if we can incorporate, say, Korean traditional music or traditional instruments into K-pop.
K-팝에 한계가 없다라는 것을 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
And I also want to emphasize that there are simply no limits to where K-pop can go and how it can develop.
그리고 인도에 간지는 되게 오래됐지만 오랜만에 지금 제가 3년 만에 미국에 왔는데 제가 잘생겨서 그런 게 아니고 제가 그냥 한국인이란 이유만으로도 되게 관심 가져주시고 되게 그러니까 저한테 되게 긍정적으로 이렇게 파지티브하게 되게 리액션 해주셨는데 그때 저는 정말 K-팝, K-컬처 그리고 코리아의 위상이 점점 올라가고 있지 않나 그걸 몸소 느꼈습니다 이번에.
As for India, it's been quite some time since I went there, but just some personal reflections on coming here. So coming to this conference was my first time coming to the U.S. in 3 years, and just some personal experience. And I don't think it's necessarily because I looked handsome, but when I told people that I'm from Korea, that I'm a Korean, people treated me very positively. They were very interested, and I felt firsthand just how the status of Korea has changed through K-pop.
Okay, so I'm minding the time. I think we're going to do one more round. So if you could try to be brief in your questions, we'll take 4 more and see what kind of responses they bring. Okay, this way, yeah.
Thank you guys so much for being here. My name is Fatima. I am a current senior at Stanford studying linguistics. So my question is specifically for Angela and Suho. I'm really interested in the growth of K-pop and kind of where it's going to go in the future. So you talked about how it's so attractive to females and just non-men. Is that something that's kind of seen as a ceiling in the industry of okay, we're just going to put all of our resources into what we have kind of optimized for the people that clearly have interest? Or is there going to be, in your opinion, is there going to be a push towards attracting men as well as K-pop grows?
Hello, my name is Geraldine. I'm a Stanford alumni, currently a software engineer interested in the impact of how social media and its great reach impacts mental health. So my question is for Suho. So during your talk, you mentioned that fans pick up on your tendencies during your performances and outside of it. As a result, K-pop artists end up with a lot of responsibilities to be careful about their appearances. So with so many eyes across the globe on you and your peers, how do you manage your mental health, and what can society, and I guess tech companies do to help create a healthier environment for you guys to grow, perform in, and for you guys to continue your outreach across the globe? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emma. I'm a freshman at Stanford studying philosophy. My question is about how the K-pop industry is known for a huge team of producers that actually produce these catchy music. And I wonder how, as an individual artist, how much power and agency you have in the production process, and how will the dynamic change from artist in a group and an artist like a solo artist.
Hi, I'm Crystalline. I represent Stanford Healthcare as a clinical nurse. I'm doing a qualitative research right now on nurses working in COVID units. And one finding is that they said that one of the coping mechanism of my respondents is listening to K-pop and watching K-dramas, which is something good because I also work in the COVID unit. But as a simple question, I've been a huge XOL ever since, and since 2006, even if K-pop is not here yet. I mean, like BoA, like since the old K-pop. So SM artists are known to have long-lasting fandoms. So for the panelists, what do you think, besides communication, contribute to these long-lasting fandoms like me? Thank you.
Great. Okay.
Maybe while he's getting translation, I'm just gonna. Do you want to go? So I forgot. I didn't answer an earlier question, but there's. If I take two, how does CJ orient towards fans in the U.S. maybe differently that we do in Korea? And it's a little bit related to, I think, another woman's question about should K-pop try to appeal to men as well, like expand beyond the audience. So they both have to do with how we're expanding audiences and treating audiences outside of our traditional areas. I think there's two sides to that question. Of course, we always try to expand our audience. I am so aware that this is on YouTube, and I'm going to get dinged for this. No, one of the first, pretty early on, and we always talk about, I start from a marketing background. So start with the core, make sure that the message gets to the core, make sure that the core is energized, and that's young women. And then you start to look for adjacent audiences. Whether that was dealing with like film or like I was dealing with esports, kind of the same. But in terms of K-pop, one of the adjacent audiences that we had recognized early was gay men. And we did very undercover. We did a K-pop night at Rage, which is a big K-pop, a gay club in West Hollywood. We did a panel. The part of KCON that nobody really pays attention to, because everybody pays attention to the main concert event, that's where all the artists are, whatever. But the convention was created for fans and for us, and that really speaks to both sides. It's the side that we are treating it differently. We are kind of, we're not approaching it as CJ. We're approaching it as what does American fandom want and what does this community want, because we really took that duty seriously to be this meeting ground for fans. That we thought, of course we needed the advertisers, but the other part of it to make it a convention and a concert was all these fans are online the whole time, but they never have a chance to meet each other in real life. Why don't we do that and have people come together? So we have rooms dedicated to the different fan clubs. You can have your own meetings of your fan clubs, do whatever. And I think that is an organic way to start to grow. Are we going to change the genre of things just to appeal to new audiences? I'm not sure. I think that is also growing, though. I've seen not just gay men now, more and more boyfriends and just fans and people coming. And a couple of years ago we had not just dynamic duo, but Dean. Dean is an amazing artist of a different kind, and all these people showed up for him. So it's about recognizing and promoting different genres that appeal to different audiences, as well as taking sometimes a slightly guerrilla approach and slightly different approach in the US that feels authentic to an audience here.
I just want to interject that the next session we have a couple of documentaries that will be shown. One of them is on K-pop, and you'll see a lot about kind of the future of K-pop. So some of those questions may be answered there. So yeah, just wanted to chime in on that if we want to prioritize some other questions instead. So Suha, do you want to go ahead?
일단 엄청난 스케줄로 힘들 것 같다. 그리고 정신적으로 힘들지 않냐라고 여쭤봐 주셨는데 당연히 그럴 수밖에 없고 저희 멤버를 포함한 K-pop 아티스트들 다 음악적으로도 열심히 하지만 다들 스스로 멘탈 케어에도 정말 멘탈 케어도 열심히 하는 것 같습니다. 네, 먼저.
So there's a question about, isn't it very stressful to have this demanding schedule and have everyone watching you all the time? And of course, it is quite difficult. And I would say that not just members of EXO, but also other K-pop stars, not only do they practice very hard in terms of their music and their performances, but I think every one of them practices mental health care as well.
특히 저 같은 경우에는 이제 여행을 통해서 멘탈 케어를 하고요. 그리고 다른 K-pop 아티스트들은 뭐 잘은 모르지만 이제 제 친구들, one of my friends, K-pop artist, 친구들 같은 경우에는 뭐 playing computer game, playing golf, or working out, 여러 가지 방법으로 좀 같이 스트레스를 해소하는 것 같아요.
As for me, I take care of my mental health by going on traveling abroad. And as for my friends as he explained, some of them play computer games, some of them go golfing, and I think everybody just has their own way of de-stressing.
특히 SM에서는 사실 힘들 때 언제든지 상담할 수 있는 정신과 상담 의사도 있습니다. 연결되어 있습니다. 네.
And at SM, the artists can always reach out to a counselor for help with mental health issues.
네, 그리고 마지막으로 오래 지속되는 그 팬들과 그 K-pop 아티스트의 관계가 오래 지속되는 이유를 여쭤보셨는데, 사실 저는 communicating is the important part of K-pop artists and K-pop fans. As I've told you earlier, basically, I think they love our outfits and dance moves and singing, but I think communication is the most important part of us. 네, 이 정도.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I think in the interest of communication, I've been given permission to go like a few more minutes. So we could maybe do one more round and have actually, I think the purpose would be for us to hear your questions, to have Suho hear what you have to say. And if the response gets a bit truncated, at least there's this opportunity. So go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cyan. I'm a graduating senior in immersive design here. So I'm really interested in the production of content. And one thing that I've noticed in a lot of these talks about Hallyu is the emphasis on some very specific icons, like Squid Game, like Parasite, like EXO, like BTS. So I'm curious what that does, what that pressure and what that heaviness on kind of upholding the political goals of soft power does to those icons, and what does it mean for the types of content that we create?
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Nicole. Hi, my name's Nicole. I don't go to Stanford. I'm just an XOL. Try not to freak out, so, which is why I'm trying to record so I remember. I don't really have a question in response to the program. I just want to know if I can give Suho this early birthday present.
Okay.
Here, I'll. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Melody. I'm an undergraduate at the University of Irvine. And I'm also an English major. And one of the questions I had was mostly towards Suho and Angela, that COVID was a very unexpected situation. And how was the artists themselves and then the company able to navigate, not falling or faltering, the industry, because a lot of businesses have been closing down. How are they able to navigate that? And what are you doing to influence it more rather than just keep it all online?
Great question. Okay, this our last, and then we will turn to response.
Hi, I'm Destiny. I'm a marine biologist from Mexico, and I wanted to say thank you for your comments on the female gaze. They were very much on point. They resonated a lot with me. And to Suo, I brought you two things. The first one is a question about your new album, about Great Suit. I really like it. I really like the direction that you took. I like that it's more of progressive rock. But I'm also wondering how much being a part of K-pop has affected your taste in music, like the direction that you want to explore in music. Because your previous album was a little bit different from it. And I know that every EXO member and everyone in K-pop has their own taste. Like hearing Kai's music or Chen's or anyone's, it's so different from yours. So I would like to know how much of what you do as a group is what you want to do, and how much of what you do as an artist, as a soloist, is what you want to do. And the second thing I brought you is I crocheted 9 tulips, 9 yellow tulips for you, for a gray suit. So.
Great. Yeah.
먼저 yeah, okay. Actually, it was the first album I've released in 2 years, and it was really meaningful to me. So I worked on it with more passion and more excitement than usual. I wanna play unique music that only Suo can do, and it's hard to. It's so difficult to explain, but it's like I really like rock and British pop, so I think I can't explain exactly, but it's like a K-rock, soul rock, yeah, soul genre, yeah, that's it. Okay. Are you satisfied? Okay. Thank you.
Do you want to chime in, Angela or Marcy, about?
I honestly forgot the earlier questions because I'm like staring at the crocheted tulips. Oh my God.
I think one of the questions that was really interestingly asked in this last round was, is the pressure of being the next biggest global hit, or producing works that can have reverberations that top whatever came before. Is that something that people in the industry are worried about or thinking about? And does that impact the type of content that is created? I think that's a great question.
I think the interesting thing that we've seen, precisely because of something like a Parasite or a Squid Game being so Korean in a way, is that there's an expectation that people can just do what is authentic to them, and it will just find a global audience on its own. Like, I think they used to think that, we have to change it because it has to be more appealing to a global audience. Director Bong did Parasite, and he kept saying, this is my little Korean movie, because I don't want to have the pressure of doing Snowpiercer again. This time, there's 2, so next week, there will be 2 different CJ movies at Cannes in competition, which is kind of an amazing thing. It's never happened for an Asian country, much less an Asian company, since the 1950s, when Japan had 2 different films. One of them is director Park Chan-wook, who has a film called Decision to Leave, and the lead actress is Tang Wei, who in real life is married to a Korean director and lives in Korea, but she's an amazing Chinese actress. And he is just making the Korean movie he wants to make. Because similarly, there was Handmaiden was a huge production, and he just wanted to kind of focus in on a smaller story, but now, of course, it's going to Cannes. The other film is Koreda Hirokazu, who won Parasite, the Palme d'Or before Parasite did, but he has made a Korean movie with a fully Korean cast. So I think there's actually, one of the things that we kept saying we were obviously championing Korean content when we were really promoting so many parties for Parasite, so much press for Parasite. But we kept talking about the importance of the Korean content and why it was time for it to be recognized. But in separate communities, when we were not talking to the main Hollywood people, to everybody else, we said, look, we of course are very invested in making sure that Korean content is very successful. But we think this is an incredible example that honestly, if we can do it, anybody can do it. Nobody speaks our language, nobody, there are just so many factors that work against this, that this should be an example that anybody can tell their own stories. So this is, I think, actually pressure should be off. People can just tell the story that they want to tell and not worry that it will only have this little tiny audience, that things can find larger audiences.
So we are at the end of our panel, unfortunately, so I'm so sorry to those of you who are waiting to ask your questions. But does anyone want to kind of have some final words, closing words? And we will wrap things up.
Please.
Today I feel like having a fan meeting. I'm sincerely grateful for your love and support, and I will come back with EXO members to have a concert. But not now. Please wait for us. Yeah, I hope that our music will resonate with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, great. So we have time for a 10-minute break before the next session, which is when we will get to see these wonderful documentaries. So please come back by 3:45. Thank you.
know.
I think she might be in the YouTube.
Oh, really?
YouTube caption.
Oh, well, then you see it live.
알고 있는데 이게 만약에
Well, we should have stood up right away for that.
Yeah, I'm so close to
But
it.
it's okay.
Look, I'm this.
You want to go left?
시작도 올 거예요.
와, 완전히 뭐 그냥 다른 세상. 심지어 다큐도 재밌을 거야. 이게 지금 새로 한 거예요. 그래서 이거는 이제 중계를 안 하고 저작권 문제가 있어가지고 인터뷰했죠. 보세요 한번 재밌을 거예요. 여기 이 감독.
교수들이 좀 배워야 될 것 같아. 교수들이 좀 배워야 될 것 같아.
아니, I'm glad I'm not.
아니,
아이고, 우리 피부
이런 커뮤니케이션 스킬은 교수들이 배워야 돼.
맞아요. 요즘에는 이게
완전 연출로 강의를 하는데 그게 먹히네요.
연습을 엄청 많이 하고 엄청 좋아요.
아니 그런데 나중에 대답하는 것도 보니까 너를 그냥 비하가 괜찮던데.
네, 연습도 많이 했는데
엄청 이게 철저히 기획해서 하기 때문에 그래도 뭐 질문은 뭐 미리 받은 게 아니에요.
글쎄 대답하는 거. 그래서 아까 그 얘기할 때 보고서는 그다음에 대답할 때 보니까 뭐 굉장히 트레인드 있고 프리페드 있고
엄청 많아요. 화신 갔다 올게 이따가.
근데 웬만해서는 이런 데 내놓는 게 리스크가 좀 크겠는데요. 여기서 만약에 답을 잘못하면
근데 이 친구도 그렇고 저뭐 이수만이도 그렇고 그들의 트레이닝 좀 받았으니까 이수만이 좀 농대 나온 친구예요.
잘하죠 거기. 말을 잘하는데.
그렇게 하면서 뭐 프리페어된 친구들이기 때문에 학교 다닐 때서부터 잘했다고. Excuse me.
강의를 저 정도 연습하고 나와서 해야 되겠네.
아마 저 스크립트 바이 스크립트로 연습했을 거예요.
여기 프롬프터가 있었어.
어쩐지 그런 연습한 거 했다고 저도 생각보다 잘해서.
그렇죠.
그래서 제가 나중에 질문하는 거 대답하는 거는 뭐 조금 서투르긴 하지만 그래도 머리가 비진 않았던.
영어를 꽤 하는데요. 한국에서 잘하는데.
아니 요새 애들은 다 영어 잘해요.
그 발음도 되게 좋고.
요즘 LPGA 여자 선수들 금방 영어 하는 거 보면.
그러니까 박농가 하는 아이 올 때하고는 완전히 달라요.
누가 오셨죠?
이거 맨 처음에 왔다. 박세리.
박세리.
그렇죠.
박세리는 영어 잘하는데요. 하와이에서 자라가지고.
박세리가요?
박세리 영어 잘해요. 거의 네이티브 수.
미셸비가 그런 거.
미셸이는 그렇고 박세리도 아버지가 옛날에 약간 조폭이었잖아요. 그래서 하와이에 피신을 있었는데 박세리가 거기서 어렸을 때 좀 잘했어요. 또 영어를 잘해요.
이게 제일 먼저 저거는 구모라는 여자인데.
그건 첫 우승자예요.
아니
일본에서
일본에 갔던 아이인데
거기는 못하죠.
걔는 갈 때 그러니까는 그 경마장에서 레슨 프로를 했어요. 그러니까는 거기 일본 갈 때 구두를 살 돈이 없다 그래가지고 경마장에 연습하러 나오는 사람들이 돈 가가지고 그게 그러니까 여자 선수로 세계 나가는 거에 9억
이렇게 투포한 선수하다가. 예.
그렇기 때문에 뭐 이 K-팝도 이거 그런 게 보면 꽤 이렇게 히스토리가 있죠.
박세리는 아마 그 하와이 상도 있고 그 후에 쭉 같은 한국 선수들은 우승은 하는데 또 영어가 안 돼가지고 약간
인터뷰가 안 됐잖아요.
약간 이슈가 있었죠.
제가 그 어렸을 때부터 골프 선수를 키우는 애들을 좀 이렇게 본 적이 있는데요. 아예 LPGA에 나오려고 영어를
요새는 아예 그렇게
그리고
하더라고요.
데려다 놓고 여기 여름에 겨울에 와가지고 연습하고 뭐 요새 돈 굉장히 많이 써요.
뭐 그래야 또 상품성도 높아진다고 생각합니다.
한국은 다 만들어지는 것 같아요.
예. 조금 만드는 것도 좀 있어요. 그러니까
이것도 그렇고 이것도 그렇고.
근데 뭐 제가 아까 잠깐 얘기했지만은 이거 만든 게 DJ거든요.
그때 이제 시작을 했죠.
그러니까 컨텐츠 산업이라고 그래가지고서는
그 영화 그 공룡 나오는 영화 무슨 파크인가 그때 DJ 때 유명했던 게 그 영화 하나가 현대차 뭐 몇천 대 파는 거 같더라고요. 주라식 팝. DJ 때 그래도 IT도 뭐 많이 투자하고 영화 사업도 많이.
그러니까 맨 처음에 IT 투자하는 거는 굉장히 아까 얘기했지만 내노 테크놀로지 하는 거는 굉장히 아니요 저걸 했는데 그 당시에 내노 테크놀로지라는 말을 갖다 우리나라에서 몰랐어요. 그래서 그 과총 신문사에서 내노 테크놀로지라는 얘기를 했어요. 그 정부 푸시를 해가지고 탑다운도 해야 된다. 그래가지고서는 하더니 자기도 내노 테크놀로지가 뭔지 모르는데 일본서 내노 테크놀로지라는 용어를 써봤어요. 그래가지고서 그 얘기를 했어요. 그러고 나가지고서는 난리가 났었어요. 기자들이 그 학계에서 내노 테크놀로지가 도대체 뭐냐고. 그래가지고서는 얘기한 거를 굉장히 잘했다고 생각하더라고요. 그게 뭔지 모르고. 그게 이제 그 컨텐츠 인더스트리하고 같이 얘기를 했거든요. 근데 컨텐츠 인더스트리는 그러니까 이제 뭐 이 서울대학교 위오거나이즈하고 브레인 코리아 BK 제가 대학원장을 하면서 이거 배분을 했으니까 그거 할 때 그러니까 굉장히 저항이 있으면서 그걸 저항을 즐겨요. 그래가지고서는 사실은 2020년도 졸업식에는 와서 축사를 했어요. 2000년 9월 말까지
2000년도 같아요.
2000년도 와서 했어요. 그러니까 DJ가 와서 축사했어요. 그래서 오래간만에 와서 그 대통령이 와서 축사를 하는데 고전해 맞다. 이가 국제대학원장 한 게, 국제연구소 지역원장 한 게 2009년일 텐데.
2009년이요?
네.
국제지원원 그때 제가 2000년에 국제대학원
그때 알았었거든요. 지가 알기로. 그러니까 지가
97년이셨던 것 같아요.
99년이요. 아니 97년서부터 99년까지는 현대원장님이 하셨고, 그다음에 갑자기 사표를 내고 가셔가지고 지가 대학원장이면서 가서 겸임을 했어요.
저기 조동성 교수 전에.
박태호 교수를 갖다 지가 국제대학원을 보낼 때는 국제대학원을 증인하라고 저를 보냈어요. 대학원장님 같은 콜라별로 사회별로 저항이 심하고
없어질 뻔했어요.
그래가지고 뭐 싸움이 나가지고 최대원장님이 하시다가 팽개치고 가시고 갑자기 그들이 그냥 뭐 저거 해가지고 전 대학원장 부임한 지 한 사흘밖에 안 됐는데 국제대학원장과 겸임을 하는 거예요.
제가 여기 스탠퍼드 일본 디렉터 잠깐 인터드렸어요.
한키요?
일본 디렉터입니다.
I'm
Gi-Wook?
the president of the Korea Foundation. UTC.
How long is it?
Great week for the Korea Foundation.
This week, yes.
Major event.
안녕하세요.
You're
조심해야 되겠어. 방송 워치를 해야 돼.
Right.
Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Haley Gordon. I'm a research associate here at the Korea program at Stanford A-Park. Following off of that exciting previous panel, it's my pleasure to moderate this next panel, which is going to be screening two documentaries. First, a trailer of a forthcoming documentary on North Korean human rights, and then the full first version of a documentary on K-pop. These films have been a collaborative effort between director Hak Jun-lee, director of photography Gi-Wook, and their team in Korea, and us here at the Korea program. So the screening will be followed by, interspersed with some conversation with us and with two current Stanford students, and hopefully with you guys as well. So I have a few special notes about this session. Because the documentaries include some content that is not yet public, we unfortunately are going to have to cut the live stream for their duration. So I'm sorry to those who are watching from home, but please keep an eye out for the films. I know the K-pop film will be officially released in September, I believe. And please join us again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time. To those in the room, please also note that this is a special private screening, and we're not permitted to film the contents of the documentary. So please keep your phones away out of respect for our lovely filmmaking team here. So with that said, I'm excited to introduce first Director Hak Jun-lee. Director Lee is a former journalist and a professor at Kyungil University in South Korea. He has directed several documentaries, including ones on North Korean defectors and K-pop issues before. Lee has won the Golden Nymph Award at the Monte Carlo TV Festival and was nominated by the Emmy Awards 3 times. His works have been broadcast on BBC, PBS, and invited to many international film festivals, including IDFA. Next we have Gi-Wook, who is a South Korean filmmaker. He has been working as director of photography and editor in documentary films. Byun has also directed various TV entertainment shows, and he won the Remy Award at WorldFest Houston International Film Festival and co-worked with BBC. Then we have Vivian Zhu, who is a junior from Sydney, Australia, majoring in international relations and East Asian studies, with specializations in international security and East and South Asia. She is also an economics minor and is primarily interested in security issues in the Asia-Pacific region and understanding the domestic factors that impact foreign policy postures in East Asian states. Yulim Kim is our third-year PhD student in microbiology and immunology at Stanford. She graduated from Duke University in 2019 with a BS in biology, a minor in chemistry, and a certificate in the arts of the moving image. She's a member of Extreme, Stanford's competitive non-audition K-pop dance team. And with that, let's start the trailer of the North Korean human rights documentary.